making all the right passes in all the wrong places on the next episode of Behind the Wheel. What's up, everyone? It is 3:05 in the PM here in cloudy Los Angeles. It's the 7th of January, 2021. I'm hoping everyone's doing good, albeit things are going kind of crazy around the world, around the U.S. It's still the same world here in YouTube and Gran Turismo. I'm hoping everyone's good. I'm hoping everyone's safe and happy and healthy and doing things. We are back here. I've been playing a hell of a lot of Assetto Corsa lately, so we're gonna probably do that on Saturday when this race goes during the race. I might start my stream early on Saturday and just do a whole day of me playing Assetto Corsa while everyone filters in and tells me how they did on their race. I think there are a good chunk of us that aren't doing this race, just like Blue Moon, and I think there are plenty of us that are doing this race. I'm electing not to do the race because I'm terrible at the Nurburgring. As I think about it, there's Lewis Hamilton doing the reference lap number 1 of Nurburgring. Anyhow, I'm hoping everyone's all right. And why does YouTube say I'm not sending any data? That's the weirdest thing. Okay. Why does YouTube say I'm sending no data right now when I'm seeing data being sent to YouTube? Let me check something real quick. This is the weirdest thing is going on right now with YouTube. Yeah, I am broadcasting, but YouTube seems to think that I'm not broadcasting. Okay, there we go. Now it's saying excellent condition. I swear, YouTube is the weirdest animal sometimes. Sometimes it wants to say that things are happening, and sometimes it says things are not happening. So, where's our playlist? There we go. There we are. There's our theme music here. Scott, did you see that? Do you like your thumbnail, dude? Oh, so funny. I call it making all the right passes in all the wrong places. But there is a pass in the grass. Kevin Esther did a pass in the grass. That's you, my friend. You are Kevin Esther, even though he's French. And I doubt a person from the from the UK wants to say that they're French. How you doing, my friend? Oh man. Let's see. We'll go. I guess I'll start the lobby up right now. Why not? Why not, man? I've got to watch the replay. I still have the replay. Wait a minute. Hold on. We'll watch the replay right now, actually, before we start here. I've saved it. I think it's this one. I'm gonna have to erase some of these other ones. I think it's this one. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I want to see it. I didn't actually get to see it. I've been watching the news all day. I don't know if you know, but the United States is blowing up right now. The United States is on fire right now. Yeah, I've been watching the news all day today. Probably shouldn't have watched the news, but sometimes you have to be informed. Let's see. I think it's this race, right? Yep. There's Mark, and there's you. I was about to say. I agree with you, Jared. I shouldn't have never watched the news today. Should have never watched the news. Actually, Mikey had said something about it last night, and I was just like, do I want to watch the news while I eat dinner? And I made the mistake of watching the news while I ate dinner. Totally ruined dinner. Totally ruined dinner. Let's see. Where is this pass? You said it's somewhere in the first lap, right, Scott? Hold on, we'll watch it from several different views. I should have never turned it on, Jared. Should have never turned it on. There's Mark. Here comes you. Let's watch it from this view first. Oh, look at that! Look at that pass! Alright, let me watch it from your bumper cam now. Oh, what a great pass. Oh, it's funny. You're a madman, my friend. This goes to show how crazy British people are. Oh, let's see it from another view. That's craziness. That's absolutely crazy. Oh, that's good. That's good. We're gonna have to keep that one in the files. We have to erase some of these though. I don't know how much of my Gran Turismo space I'm taking up. Oh wait, close, delete, and then delete. All right, we're gonna have to save that one. That was a great pass. How you doing, Jared? How are both of you guys doing? Good. I'm doing pretty all right. I just finished. I just finished time trials, or my first race in the rain in Assetto Corsa. Well, not really race. It was like more of a proving. It's like a testing. I guess they make you do a bunch of tests before you can do the actual championship in that game. And I just did a test in the rain. Now I've got to do a test in the dark at Monza. Yeah, I love that game. The game is so good. I know you feel like you're cheating on Gran Turismo, Scott, if you get Assetto Corsa, but it's well worth the cheat. Let's do this. Jared gets his monitor tomorrow. You get the sweet ass gaming monitor tomorrow. I can't wait. I can't wait till you get your monitor. I'm imagining it's gonna be a little while before you can get back online to test it out. Are you doing the race on Saturday, Jared? Who's doing the race on Saturday? Are you doing the race on Saturday too, Scott? I hope you are. Word. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing like a whole day of Saturday of just Assetto Corsa. Since I'm not doing the race on Saturday. I was thinking between either taking a day off or doing the race. Oh, that's right, because you missed last week. Well, I mean, look at it this way, dude. The one good thing about it, if you do miss, is this is a short exhibition season. So your points really, I mean, I guess they matter, but they really don't matter. It's more of a driver rating and safety rating thing than anything else. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to shut the room up to from e-drivers. I was planning to shut the room up for e-drivers, but should I just bounce out on this guy? Let's see what this. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Dan's Hotel's in here. Alright, well, I won't back out then. No, I don't know who the Dab 26 is. Dab 26. Good afternoon, nice to meet you. And Hotel. Guten Tag, my friends. Yeah, that's probably a good strategy for you, is to start from the back and then figure out how fast everyone else is. And GTRP, good afternoon, good to see you again. I am interested to see where you end up placing, because I think you're going to destroy your lobby, Scott. Jared's in the room. Yo. Yo. Yeah, I really want to see. I also want to see how good I want to see how good Paul does. I don't know if yeah, I'm friends with Paul, because he's in one of my chats. We have I think are you a friend of mine on the PlayStation Network, Scott? I don't know if you are or not. We've got a little group chat that just goes around it's been going around for the whole season, where people are posting their times and stuff, which I'm trying to get people to do in Discord, but no one can seem to figure out the Discord. Even I can't figure out the Discord. It's up though, it's working. Links in the below, links down below for the Discord. Hamish, I pronounced it right this time, Scott. Figured it out, so you guys should be able to figure it out. And Jared's in there. But that's where we should, that's where I'm planning to chat with everyone or everyone could chat with each other, while we're not in the Gran Turismo world. It might be easier than doing it on your phone or doing it through the PlayStation Network. I think you can access the PlayStation Network through your phone, but you can also access Discord on your phone. It's a lot faster. Yeah, what's our next race after this? Maggiore? Let me look that up on the internets. Let's see what the next race is. I love how uninformative this page is. It's like one of the worst web pages ever. GT Sport. What is our next race? I know it's Maggiore, but I want to figure out where. I don't think I've actually ever run on that track before. Series. Oh great, it only tells me one thing. It doesn't tell me what the round after that is. Oh wait, championship schedule. Yeah, the next round is at Maggiore. I've never run on that track before, so that'll be interesting. Let's see what the Germans are doing. Are the Germans on track right now? Zautel's got that weird car again. The Germans. Oh, Iron Horse is here. Are you walking your dog, Scott? Let's do... We'll wait 15 minutes, right? Ooh, I can't wait to get knee-deep into Assetto Corsa. I've been playing it like on and off between yesterday or last night and today. Yeah, that game is so dope. I finally have kind of figured out how to drive. Ooh, we've got another Briton here. Come on, Scott. Where are you and Paul? ZR1 Darth Vader, we've met before. In 14 minutes. I hope you can run with me on Saturdays, Jared. If anything, it'll be me. Well, no, I guess Club's gonna run this race too. This is like Club's favorite race, so I would imagine he's doing the race as well. I guess I'm gonna be the only fool not doing the race that has Assetto Corsa. Yeah, I can't wait to get knee deep into that game. I was racing with the AI the other night or last night, and the AI is super smart. It's really like. They're smart. Way smarter than the AI in this game. The AI in this game is awful. The AI in this game will run over you. It's like you don't even exist in any of the races in this game. With the AI, they just drive over you, ram into you. It's not like you're even there. You're like a ghost to them. All we're missing is Zorro, and we have completed our wall of German. Zautel and Don Alfredo, which is a very un-German name, is out here. Let's watch that. Let's watch Jared go around the track a little bit. Looks like you've gotten used to your pedals, my friend. Watch your pedal work here. I also spent last night trying to figure out an alternative to buying a steering wheel. I was thinking that there's probably I would imagine there's a market in people that don't want to buy a full-on steering wheel rig. I should start developing a controller for the PlayStation that isn't quite a replacement for the steering wheel, but would be good for people that don't want to get a full steering wheel rig, and only want to pay like $35 or $40 for something. I was thinking what would be cool is like something more along the lines of like a controller for a remote control car, for like an RC car. I've got a bunch of really high-end controllers for RC cars. So if you made it something like that, I think it would be kind of cool. I don't know if I would make it. I'd have to figure out a way. I'd have to find someone to design the thing and manufacture it. But I just noticed that they're for PlayStation 3, there seemed to be like a bunch of different peripherals you could use to sub in for a full steering wheel rig, but for the PS4, there's like nothing out there. I think someone could make a lot of. I probably should talk about this over the internet. Just keep the idea myself. But I think someone could make a lot of money if you could make a quality non-steering wheel substitute for people that don't have the space or the money to get a whole steering wheel rig. I mean, you could probably design one. Honestly, I'm going to tell you this much. The one thing I get out of the controller that I can't get out of the steering wheel is pedal control. Like, I'm much better with the controller brake and gas than I am with the actual brake and gas for a real for like a steering wheel rig. I don't know, I've never tried a really nice steering wheel rig. I just know the ones in the past that I've used it's been really clunky trying to use brake and gas. I don't know how I would do that on a hand controller, because on, you know, a remote control car controller, forward is your brake and, you know, back is your gas on the on your trigger finger. I mean, you could probably have two buttons underneath the steering wheel but you would have to do it all with one. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it would basically be a remote control car steering wheel or controller, basically. I wonder if I could. I'd have to try to figure out if I could talk to someone about designing something like that and manufacturing something like that. Earlier this year, I was thinking of buying a 3D printer. Maybe I will buy one just so I can mess around with designs for the controller. I think there would be a market for that, though. I think simulation racing has gotten to the point, on the consoles at least, where there are a good number of people that are doing it. I guess the real trick is trying to get it into the Sony ecosystem so that the PlayStation would recognize it as a controller. It would have to run on the same frequency as the actual, you know, the controllers that we use with the PlayStation, so that, you know, you wouldn't have to input it in as a different controller, like a steering wheel or something. Because otherwise, I think you have to go around to all our video game manufacturers and say, "Hey, you got to make a setup for my controller inside your game." So if you could make a controller that would just replace the controller identification for a regular PlayStation controller, I think that would be probably the best bet for a controller that you could use with any racing game, and not have to have specific like permissions from the manufacturer to feature your controller in their game. Though I don't know how many commands you're allowed per PlayStation controller. Actually, you know what? Let's see. How many buttons are really on the controller? 4 for the directional pad, 2 for the for L3 and R3, 4 for the top. So that's 10 right there. And then 14 would be triangle, square, circle, and X. Steering wheel would be the left analog stick, and then the right analog stick you could probably assign something to that as well. Because I know in Assetto Corsa you have a bunch of like buttons, a bunch of stuff you can preset to your controller, so that you press a button and it'll go to a certain fuel map. Instead of having to go up and down through the fuel map, or doing the brake bias, you can assign a certain fuel map to each button, and a certain brake bias to each button. I still want to get a steering wheel, but I think there should be an option for people that don't have the place, they don't have the space, or don't have the money for a whole like simulator rig. I think the remote control format too is also really ergonomic. So ergonomic, not ergonomic. That'd be kind of cool, actually. I wish I could adapt my one of my remote controls for PlayStation usage. That would be super dope. The problem is, though, I would like to be able to use my brake and gas simultaneously, because sometimes when I go into corners, I'll blip my gas while my brake is on, while I'm trail braking. Someone's parked on the side of the road there. Now, yeah, this is like an idea I've had in my head for the last week or two. It's trying to figure out how to get around having to buy a steering wheel. They make a little 3D printed steering wheel that you can attach to your controller, but you lose the option to use your PlayStation button, because it clips right over your PlayStation button, the big button. Though there are versions of it that I've seen that are smaller, that you can sort of use your PlayStation button, or whatever that thing is, the touchpad, I guess is what they call it. I know I use the touchpad in this game for left and right turn signals. I don't think it. I think it has sort of a usage. It does have a usage actually in Assetto Corsa, so it probably wouldn't work for the Assetto Corsa. But I mean, if you did something, you did like a trigger, if you did like a pistol grip. I'm trying to imagine this in my head. If you did a pistol grip, I kind of like having my left and right finger, my left hand finger and my right hand finger for brake and gas. But would you steer with both your thumbs? That's the question. I guess the only way you could do it is if you wanted to actually use a wheel, you would have to steer with your right hand, and the left hand would do everything else. I guess a lot of people are leaving because they can't handle it. It's gonna be a real small first race. Why did Iron Horse leave the room? Yes, Darlem. Oh, come on. Holding for one. And then someone asked a question. Better type it in 5 seconds. Type fast. Oh, come on, King Dix, you just missed it. Damn it. Looks like everyone made it out except for Utopola. I'm not sure if they're get GTFU blue ukulele. Okay. Trying to figure out what this livery is. I wish I knew when people were actually coming into the room. Well, this would be a good race for these guys, for anyone that is just trying to, you know, kind of practice. I think I'm going to take this time to, I need to go make a quick bathroom break, but I'll be back in a second. Alright, I'm back. You know, it would be actually really cool for the handheld steering wheel replacement is if it actually had force feedback. Especially with the haptic controls that are they're programming into the new PlayStation 5 controllers. That would be really cool. I'm wondering how big the unit would have to be at that point. I mean, it would have to probably be the size of a RC car remote control. That would be super cool, actually. You wouldn't need a big motor for force feedback either. You would you know, because the wheel would be way smaller. This might actually be a good idea. I don't know. I'll have to think about this. Might be another excuse to buy a 3D printer, which I've wanted for a long time now. Especially for model making, the 3D printer would come in pretty clutch. But it would definitely come in handy for doing prototype molds for or prototypes for the controller. Like I said, it would have to pair with a PlayStation like a regular PlayStation controller, because I wouldn't want it to override or be recognized as something other than a PlayStation controller. I mean, I don't know how hard that is to ask a video game company to include your controller into their whole format. Like, if I would want it to work with all racing games, so. Mikey. Oh, left the room. Wow, this guy's really tearing up his tires. I don't think I've ever seen you tear up the tires as bad, Scott. His name is ZR1 Darth Vader, though. So. Maybe he's evil. He wreaks havoc on his tires. Although, no, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe your tires are kind of like this. I didn't realize what lap they were on. Buttons do you actually really need for a racing game, though? Brake, gas. The problem is that the PlayStation controller is so well set up for pretty much general gaming in general. So you would have to get. It'd be nice to not have to change the setup too much. Maybe if you just swapped out the left stick for a steering wheel, that would be enough. That would just be enough. Maybe if the whole right D-pad was a steering wheel instead. Or left D-pad, I'm sorry. Instead of having a D-pad there, you would have a steering wheel, and then you could translate the 4 buttons across the side. Yeah, you know what? That might actually work. So instead of the D-pad, you would have like a jog wheel, you know, that you would kind of find on like old VCRs or whatever. You would have a spring mechanism that would bring it back to dead center, but then you could jog it left and right with just your thumb. I mean, something that would definitely be smoother than having to kind of approximate that with the left stick. Because I think the PlayStation controller in itself, you know, is the right design for it. Maybe put the buttons for shifting on the back of the controller, like, you know, the Xbox does. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with using your thumb to shift either. That actually makes a lot more sense. If you were just to replace the D-pad with like a wheel, get rid of the left analog stick and put 4 buttons to replace the 4 buttons you would lose with a D-pad, and then just keep everything else the same, that would be, I think that would work out just fine. That way, you would still be able to use your PlayStation Cradle, if that's how you charge your. I have a Cradle for my controllers. That way, you could still use that Cradle to charge your controller, and you would basically just be using. You would basically just be modding a PlayStation controller. Apparently HKS, along like last and PlayStation 3, had their own controller, which looked like it was pretty sweet. HKS, the turbo company, made a PlayStation controller for the PlayStation 3 that was, it looked like it was a really good replacement for having, you know, not being able to have a steering wheel. It looked pretty sweet. Let's see if we can look for pictures of it on the internet. Shot. Darth Vader put his 710 in. Let's see what the German boys put in. Whew! Alfredo's putting in a 705. Let's see what Zotel puts in it. Where is Zotel? The GTR. Yeah, HKS had a really cool controller that they had for the PlayStation 3. I'm not sure if it worked or not. But I don't think you could get your hands on one of those things. Yeah, it looks like you would probably have to buy an old one used and then get a PS3 PS3 to PS4 adapter. And it'd basically be stealing the design. Here, we'll look at it real quick. Your break is going on until Monday. Which break are you talking about, Intellion? Interesting. There's a company named Nacon that makes a PS4 controller that's, I guess, for esports gaming, but it's like $140. It's pretty dope, though. It looks really cool. It doesn't solve my issue with steering, but it has interchangeable parts. Interesting. It's got some cool stuff in it, though. You can weight it. It's got weights. Wow, that's really interesting. Yeah, someone's got an HKS control. I'm tempted to buy this thing. It's a really interesting design for this thing. Hold on, let me show you. I don't know if anyone's interested in steering wheel replacements. You're hunting for shiny gold, Serpico ends. Yeah, I'm not doing this race either. I've decided not to do it. Here's what I'm talking about. Let me see. I don't know if any of you guys are listening to me talk about PlayStation controller replace. Instead of getting a steering wheel, getting a controller that acts like a steering wheel. This thing. Can I make it bigger? See, this is the steering wheel right here. I guess this is... I don't know what these two buttons do. It's really interesting, though. It's an interesting idea because, you know, like I said, I don't really have the space for a steering wheel. I think I would have to get an adapter. I definitely have to get an adapter to use this in my PS4, and I don't know if it would work with the PS5. But that's pretty damn interesting looking. I mean, that's kind of what I would be doing. I'm wondering if this steers better, though, than the actual analog stick. It would be cool if this little wheel right here was actually, was force feedback. Or at least had haptics or something. These are things that we should think about. Okay, we'll go back to the game. I mean, that would be kind of cool. I'm starting to play Assetto Corsa, shiny or Serpico end. Or Superior End, sorry. I keep on calling Serpico End. Superior End. I've been starting to play Assetto Corsa. Not that I'm going to give up on playing Gran Turismo, but it's nice to have a different game, a different racing game. The Germans have their windshield wipers on, guys. You might want to start thinking that it might rain. I think the Germans know something that we don't know. They both have their windshield wipers on. Let's take a ride with Don Alfredo. He's there in the TT. Let's take a look at how Don Alfredo does with his TT around here. That sounds terrible. You are fast, Don Alfredo. Let's take a ride along with Jared here. Oh, as soon as I said that, he goes off the road. As soon as I clicked to use, he went off the road, Jared. Yeah, it's a shame that they don't make this controller anymore. Because it looks like it's pretty decent. I wonder why no one makes another steering wheel controller for... You would think that at least PlayStation would have came out with one for Gran Turismo. Trying to look and see if there are any other controller steering wheel replacements. As much as I want a steering wheel, that's not going to come for a while. Not at this rate. So I got to start thinking of something that will replace, that will tide me over for the time being. And so far, the only thing I could find is this stupid 3D printed one, which doesn't seem to get very good reviews. It's got a 4-star review rating. This one says it's carbon fiber, though. Wow, they're all $14.99 though. Okay, the only problem with this thing that I'm looking at right now is that it covers the big touch button. It looks like it'll get in the way for shifting. With X and square. And it looks like I might have to use both my thumbs in order to steer it, which isn't good because I only steer with one thumb. I just wish PlayStation would allow everyone to use the motion controller, or everyone would allow motion control to be used with every game. So if Assetto Corsa could use that, that would be great. Let's see. What is this thing? Yeah, I don't know. Why are we seeing what's going on with my OBS? Sorry, I'm just shopping for PlayStation controller replacements. What is going on with YouTube? There we go. Now it's working. We're just getting on the first lap here. Second lap, okay. Ooh, Zatel's past, and Darth Vader have both passed, and Darth. Have both passed, Don Alfredo. Oh man, YouTube, I swear you are driving me nuts right now. You are driving me absolutely crazy right now with YouTube. What in God's name are you doing? Give me a second. I'm gonna disappear for a second. I need to restart my OBS just to see what is going on with YouTube. I'll be back in a split second. Oh, Podium came in the room. What's up, Podium? There we go. I think that cleared it up. Sometimes I gotta shut down OBS and start it up again. Our Tom came in too. Yeah, I need to figure out this whole steering wheel issue. The reality of it, I was taking a look at it, and the reality of it is I'm not going to be able to afford one probably this year. It's going to be a long, long year without a steering wheel. If I continue to do racing games on this channel, it's going to be a long, long year. And honestly, the money that I'm going to need to spend this year is going to be on a PlayStation 5 and Gran Turismo 7. That's already been kind of allocated out. Granted, I can actually make some money this year. But any big purchase, the one big purchase I need to make this year is the PlayStation 5 and GT7. Whenever that does come out. That probably won't be until, I'm guessing, October, November, possibly December. I could make the PlayStation purchase earlier in the year, but I honestly don't really... There's nothing on PlayStation 5 that I want to play except for GT7. There might be some titles along the road, down the way, a long ways down the way. But right now, the only thing I really want it for is GT7. I don't really care about Ratchet and Clank. Sorry. Ratchet and Clank. What else is... I know that Dark Souls is another game I think that is getting enhanced by the PlayStation. Cyberpunk, but I'm not really interested in Cyberpunk. I'm interested to see what GTA 5 looks like and what they're going to do with it with the PS5. I don't know if I'm going to play it, but considering I've owned about 14 copies of that game. I'm hoping they don't do the same thing with Red Dead Redemption. That means I have to buy another copy of dang Red Dead Redemption. They better just upgrade Red Dead Redemption. If I have to go out and buy a full-fledged new copy of Red Dead Redemption, I'm not buying it. I'm already gotten suckered into buying another copy of GTA 5. Just because I'm curious. Not interested in Cyberpunk. I mean, I'm slightly interested, but not interested enough that it's on my radar for things that I need to buy the PlayStation 5 for. Nah, we'll start here in a second. They're almost done. Someone else's capable. Maybe Ferrari. What else do I want the PlayStation 5 for? That's about it. That's about it. Since I've got a PlayStation 4 Pro, it plays pretty much everything, you know, no problem. From what I understand, if I had even bought a copy of Cyberpunk, I wouldn't be one of the ones that would be complaining about the glitches. Because apparently it runs just fine on the PlayStation 4 Pro. Assetto Corsa, everyone told me that it was really glitchy. It actually runs really smoothly on the PS4 Pro. Congratulations, Zotel. Was it Zotel that came in first? Yeah. Alright. Alright, guys. Let's see. Next race at, have we seen JFerb 666 before? I don't think so. V8 RT. V8 RT. Where are you? Gosh, man, nice to meet you. "15 minutes. Yeah, yeah, so, like I was saying, priorities for fun purchases, are being, the steering wheel is being outweighed by PlayStation 5 purchase. I totally forgot that I had to buy a PlayStation 5. So I actually just thought about that last night. I was like, oh man, I can't buy a steering wheel this year. I'm going to have to spend the money on the PlayStation 5. I'd like to, preferably like to get both in the same year, but I don't think that's going to happen. Shifting gears and drinking beers. Barring that I win the lottery or something crazy like that. Or somehow, some way, a whole pile of money just drops in my lap. The old lockdowns have really kind of sucked me bone dry, so... Normally I would buy both of them in one year, but I don't think I'm going to be able to afford it this year. I'm going to have to spend this year trying to catch up with last year. So the only other thing I could think of is getting a controller that will act like a steering wheel. I wish I could modify, like I said, one of my remote control wheels, remote control controllers to do to be a PlayStation controller. I think the gas and brake thing would be a big problem, though. That would be a huge problem. Because remote control cars don't really brake like real cars. I mean, they kind of do, but not really. At least their controls don't work that way. Remote control steering is great for drifting, not so good for playing video games. Works really well if you want to drift a car. Drifting's a cinch with remote control cars and a really decent remote control controller. Super easy. Super easy. Afro Power. All right. Afro Power. What country is that? Where country are you from, my friend? That's a strange flag. Panama. We've got a Panamanian driver. Alright. I don't think we've seen a Panamanian driver yet. Jared, you shouldn't race in the. You shouldn't. You should just get your stuff ready for the incoming monitor, my friends. I was about to say, what are you doing racing? I would be putting together. That stand and getting your whole area like situated, man. I bet your family's happy that they're gonna get their TV back. Are you putting the sim setup in the same area where you? I'm guessing you're keeping it in the same place. I don't know if you were using your TV, right? That's what honestly I would be doing right now. I'd be like, F practice. I'm gonna set this stuff up. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm excited about the prospects of the new monitor and the new stand. That's dope. That's super dope. And you'll be able to put your setup anywhere at this point. Since you have the new monitor, you can put it anywhere in your house if you want to. Garage. Put it in the basement. Attic. Your bedroom. I'm sure your wife would love that. I'm sure your wife would love having the sim set up in the bedroom right next to the bed. If you have an extra study, you could put it in there. I would imagine you have a larger house than we have out here in Los Angeles. Oh, so you are putting it in the bedroom. Oh, that's funny. Jared, come to bed and stop driving already. I can imagine that at night. Get in your dang game. Oh, that's good. When did I say the next race was the next 30? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure she's gonna be happy with that. No, I'm sure she'll be happy to have the living room back. That's gonna be awesome for her. See, and I'm sure that's how you sold it to her. Be like, you're gonna get the living room back. You're gonna get the living room back. You're gonna get the TV back. So now you can watch TV between what's it like? You're in Central Time, so like 6 o'clock to like 9 o'clock. She'll get the TV back. It's gonna be good times, man. Everyone will be happy. Everyone will be happy. Yeah, that's probably the most peaceful thing to go to sleep to, is the lull of the and the damn it. Damn it. The vibration of the steering wheel. Oh, it's gonna be good. There's no other better way to go to sleep. Snapping of the shifters, like you said. The click. Do your shifters click? They go click, 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 click. Oh, that's good. She's gonna love that. She's gonna totally love that. That ghostly blue aura of the monitor being on all the time. That's super dope, man. That's super sweet. I can imagine the wrestling matches between you and Jonah to see who gets to use the simulator first, while he waits to build his simulator. Let's watch Podium. Ooh, Podium's got the GTI. That's funny, man. That's real funny. I can't wait to see this thing working, man. I can't wait to see this thing working and up and operational. That's gonna be really, really sweet. It's super dope. I'm glad I could have some input on the monitor. You'll be really happy with that monitor, man. That monitor is going to be dope. I've wanted a Scepter monitor for years, but I can. They were always really, really expensive. My LG at the time, I think, was only like $250 when I picked it up, or $300. But then the Scepter equivalent was like $500 or $600. They've dropped in price though considerably. I think because of the LCD technology and the sourcing. Most of the monitors or screens are kind of sourced from Samsung. At least the chipsets are, and most of the electronics. And Samsung's made it a lot cheaper for people to do LCD screens or LED monitors. Samsung's one of the world's leaders in like sourcing for LED monitors. Like most iPhones are made with Samsung screens. That's what the funny thing about the whole like, oh, my Galaxy's better than the iPhone. No, they're almost kind of the same. They just run on different operating systems. Oh, why am I telling Zoro? Oh, Guten Morgen. I'm pretty sure that's the same for, you'd be surprised what companies make what for who. I can't remember what Sony makes something that most everyone uses. Chip, it might be, no, Motorola makes a lot of chipsets for a lot of companies, and they'll just slap their names on it. You know, the manufacturer will slap a name on it. Oh, cool. Darth Vader's following me. We'll take your friend request, Darth Vader. We'll add to friends. Okay. Yeah, you'll be surprised about the cross manufacturing of parts for different things. Yeah, it's crazy. Motorola makes a ton of chips for a ton of things. Samsung is LED monitors and displays. There's another company that makes a whole lot of stuff for people, and I can't remember what it is. Maybe it's Lucent. Also, is a big producer of chipsets that you'll find in a bunch of things. I want to say that the PlayStation is almost full of Motorola chips, actually. I know the Xbox is. But the Scepter monitors are super dope, man. Really, really nice monitors. I mean, they're like like I said, they're like the last name in gaming monitors, or first name, whatever, however that saying goes. Yeah, whenever people would talk about whose display looked better between the iPhone and the Galaxy phones, or the... What's the other one that Samsung has? Yeah, the Galaxy phones. It was always funny because I'm like, well, you're just looking at the same screen. They're both made by Samsung. And then when, like, for that period when AMD or Intel was making chips for the MacBooks, I was just like, oh, the MacBook's so much better than PC. I'm like, well, it's running on the same processor as a PC. It was a good, like, 5 or 7 years that Intel was sourcing all of the processors for MacBook. Or for Apple. They're like, oh, the Apple's so much better. I'm like, well, it's really just an Intel process. It's a fancy PC. Is all you're working on. There's no difference. This year is actually the first year that Apple will be making their own chips again. But it was for a good, like, 7 to 10 years that Intel was providing Apple with all their processors. That's why I honestly bought this Lenovo, because it had the same exact processor as most of the MacBooks. I know. I know. I think we're qualifying now, right? Did we say qualifying at 30, right? Qualifying. You guys right into spectating? Are you racing? Okay, there we go. Boost is off. Boost is definitely off. All the Germans are talking amongst each other right now. Everyone watch out. We got the wall of German here. You guys have to show up for whatever country you represent. Mikey's got the DeWalt Zoom Zoom Autism Counts car. It's a good, oh no, Zorro. Oh no. No wait, Zorro isn't glitching. Is Zorro glitching? Oh, good. And Mikey's the last one that will go out. Let's make sure that our racetrack is being copacetic here. on Mr. Darth Vader. Not to be confused with Eddie Vedder. Lead singer for Pearl Jam. Oh, I am alive. Oh, Pearl Jam. Alright, Scott. I hope you walked your dog already. Let's spectate Podium as he goes around the track. Podium, another YouTuber. Everyone check out his channel. He's got some good stuff. My brother from Georgia, representing Georgia. Yeah, I was wondering where you were, Scott. I was just like, where's Scott? Where's Scott at, man? I love how the Germans keep on saying that I'm a beginner. I'll do my best. when Zattel just won the last race. Giving the others a chance. I don't know, Mikey's in here. Mikey and the Germans are in here. Zorro's in here too. Most of the usual gang's in here, so I know though you've been faster than most everyone around here. I don't think Zattel knows the track, or Zorro knows the track as well as the other Germans. The Germans. The Germans. I don't know what Mikey's doing. I think he's warming his car up. Oh, the Germans. Cheeky fellows, right? The Germans are such cheeky fellows. As the British would say. Yeah. Zattel usually has a pretty decent pace most races. King DXIX is really fast, though. This guy, I believe, is an A+ driver. He's in a Merc. He's been fast in other races, so I'm wondering how fast he is. It's funny because people that are normally fast are really slow around here. Except for you. But Zattel won the last race. I think he put in him or on Alfredo put it in a 7:04 or 7:05 this last race for the first qualifying lap. But yeah, he had a pretty decent pace the last race. Or they. I'm not gonna assume that they're male. That GTR, I guess. I don't know how you do this race with sticks, man. I'm having a hard enough time as it is with Monza in ACC with sticks. Switching your stupid controller. And Matty Ferrari's been fast as well. I mean, most everyone in here is pretty decently fast. Andre Sav is fast, but can tend to be a dirty driver, but, you know, whatever. You know, as long as Andre behaves themselves, then I'll keep them in here. But if I get any more complaints about them, they're gone. I booted Andre Sav before for driving like a total D-bag. Street Art Tom is getting used to his new wheel, or their new wheel. And they said that they don't know the track. The thing is, if I'm talking about getting a wheel replacement instead of doing a wheel, getting a controller that acts like a wheel, but I still think it just would be so much easier having a wheel and pedals this game. A decent set of pedals and a nice wheel. It doesn't look like he's doing too bad. King DXIX. Let's see how King DXIX does. What type of car are we in? This is not a Merc. Do the if you do the practice race, Scott, it'll be the same thing too. So no tire wear, no fuel. But you might as well do the time trial because I think you actually get like medals and stuff and prizes for it. I know Yahaha Mark did it in 6:58 or something like that. God, would you stop switching, please? Stupid controller. That's that controller drift, man. That's my left stick drifting when it does that. That's my other reasoning for trying to create a controller that acts like a steering wheel. It's the controller drift. Oh, did you do it in a group 3? Hey, my little music box is on. It's weird. So let's move that over a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I want to see what time you post with a Group 4 car, Scott. Oh, controller, stop. 652. In a Group 4 or in a Group 3? Well, you've got time, Scott. They're just going through qualifying right now. Oh, it's Gleb. Gleb is in the room. Kleb, 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 kleb. Oh, and the FIA practice session. Wow, 652? 652? That's 8 seconds faster than anything we've seen here. Of course, that is without tire wear and gas. But still, that's 8 seconds faster than anything we've seen so far. There's something wrong with you Europeans. If you're as fast as you are with control pads, Scott, you should start looking at getting a steering wheel. I bet you would be 3 times faster with a steering wheel. Might be the only Gran Turismo channel that doesn't use the steering wheel. I'm still stuck on the pad. Wow, 653 to get into the top 10. That's insane, man. That's insane. So the spread is 652, 102 to 653, 9. You should get a wheel, my friend. I'd love to see you driving on a wheel. I keep on going to the Fanatec page and just drooling over the wheels. I really want a Fanatec wheel and pedals. Oh, Slender Churro's here. I really do want to get a wheel. Like I said, I have to make the financial decision. Do I get a wheel or do I get the PlayStation 5? If I want the channel to survive, I need to get a PlayStation 5. You know, no one's going to want to watch me play PlayStation 4 games toward the end of next year or this year. I need to upgrade to the PlayStation 5 at some point this year. If I want to be able to do it without having to get rid of my PlayStation 4. Because I now have a sentimental attachment to my PlayStation 4. I'm only sentimental about a few objects in this world, and my PlayStation 4 has become a sentimental value kind of thing. First off, it was my best friend that sold me this thing, almost out of pity. Oh, see you, Slender Churro. Gleb, who are you talking about? Are you even on this? Are you even on? You're not even on the track, dude. Who are you telling to get out of the way? Keep the XX. Put a 708 in. Furiano put a 706. Alfredo puts a 706 in. Let's see what Matty Ferrari does. Matty Ferrari does a 704. Matty Ferrari is usually pretty fast. Wow, we do have some fast drivers. Daryl M22 put a 705 in. Let's see what Andre Sav will do. 706 for Andre Sav. Afro Power will be our next person here. Darth Vader will put a 709 in. Podium will put in 717. Street Art Tom will put in a 716. The German, the other German, Zettel, will put in a 708. Mikey's still on track. Zoro is still on track. The other German. one of the 3 bricks in the German wall. That is Zattel, Don Alfredo, and Zorro. Ooh, Mikey's gonna come off with a good time. 706. Almost. He skidded off track there for a second. Let's see what Zorro's gonna put in. Zorro says he's not that good around this track, though. He sent me a message last night. He's like, I'm not the fastest German on the track. Oh, podium left? Oh, come on, man. That cost you just a second, Zorro. Zorro puts a 708 in. You don't have everyone quitting the game if you get a wheel. I wonder if Paul plays with a wheel. It makes me wonder, out of the people that are fast in the lobby, in our practice lobby, who are the ones that use wheels and who are the ones that don't use wheels. Because I know you don't use a wheel, I don't use a wheel. I'm not fast, but I don't use a wheel. I don't know of anyone else, though. I think most everyone else uses a wheel. I think Mark has a wheel. TMKR doesn't have a wheel. You're not doing this race, Podium? I saw you jump out. It's a tough race, man. That's why I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I just got into the C lobby, man. I'm not willing to destroy my C lobby rating to do this race. I was saying earlier this week, you need to have had carnal knowledge before this week of this track to get really fast. Is the Scirocco that slow? I would imagine that the Scirocco would be like the TT. I would imagine the Scirocco, like, because the TT's fast around here. And I mean, they're basically the same car, the Scirocco and the TT. At least in this game they are. In real life, I think, yeah, the TT's an all-wheel drive car. I don't know why they make it a front-wheel drive car in this game. Maybe that version of the TT is front-wheel drive? I don't know. The TT, the fastest driver is putting down an overall elapsed time of like 15:30. I think it was the fastest. That was a PX7 guy, though. That was PX7. It was one of the PX7 guys, but he put in about a 15:32 or something like that in. His first lap was like a 7:15 or something, but his second lap was like a 7:02. I mean, the TTs are really fast around here. Someone else came with a TT yesterday, I think, and put in like very close to a 7 in. But Scott's saying that in Europe, the fastest times are 6:52 and 6:53. Apparently, for the last place to get to the top 10, you have to put in 6:53.9. If you want to be first place in Europe right now is at 6:52.102. That's fast. That's fast. Of course, that's in the practice lobby, but you know the time trial thing. But I mean, if you want to be competitive in A plus or S, I think you need to be putting in a 7. You have to be putting at least a 7 in. At least a 7 in. Mr. MCA came in last night. Oh, you saw it yesterday. Mr. MCA was in here last night and he was putting in, I think the fastest he put in was a 7. But he was pretty darn fast. I think that first race that he did, his elapsed time was like 14, I want to say it was like 14:28 or something like that. That's pretty fast. You turned off the game. Let me check the website. Let me check the website. My chat's pretty quiet right now, so I don't know if anyone's gonna be able to answer your question. Scott might be able to. Let me see. I need to go back to the Gran Turismo website. Actually, I don't think the Gran Turismo website will tell me that. I don't think it posts fastest times or anything on the Gran Turismo website. Let's see. Let's see if it does. I don't think it does, though. Oh man, I have to sign. No, forget it. I have to sign in and do all the other stuff. I don't know what the top 10 time in the American region is. I know one of our other regulars, Mark, put in a 6:58 with a Group 4 car in the time trials, but I don't know what the actual fastest time in you know, the practice lobby is for the race. I haven't looked. I would imagine Turismo Leicester's got it though. I wonder if I can access that without having to sign in. Let me see if I can access that without having to sign into the stupid community. Let's take a look here. I really hate this website. It's one of the worst. It's details. No, it doesn't tell you on the website. At least not where I'm looking right now. It doesn't tell you, which that doesn't mean anything because Polyphony Digital doesn't arrange anything in any kind of normal human order.
Why the heck not?
I don't know. Don't ask me. Cleb, are you on the game right now?
Yeah, I'm spectating the F-Type.
Oh, you're still spectating?
Yeah, I didn't get in the qualifying in time because I joined right when it started, I think.
I know. Podium was asking to see who was the fastest in the U.S. for times and what their time is for this race.
Yeah.
I don't know. The website doesn't tell you anything. You can see point standings and stuff. I'm curious. I'm curious to see who the fastest around here is in the United States. I wonder if it's still Turismo Leicester.
Never heard of him.
You never heard of Turismo Leicester?
No.
Turismo Leicester is like the fastest guy in the world. No, he's one of the fastest guys in the United States. PX7 Windfire, I think, is also incredibly fast. I'm not sure who's faster though. Damn, Mikey's already in third. Mikey's driving like a hero right now, man. Let's get on board with Mikey.
Canada, huh?
Canadian? Is Lester from Canada? I didn't know that. I thought Lester was from the United States.
I forced the Discord link into the chat, so anyone watching just has to see it.
I don't see it in the chat.
It's there.
Is Defsun the Is Defsun also from Canada?
Oh, Mikey.
Did Mikey hit someone?
No, but he's like a quarter-inch away from his butt.
Oh, well, Mikey's got skills.
And he's just stayed there.
Come
on, Mikey, get around him.
Mikey's got skills, dude. Mikey's fast.
Yeah, Mikey's definitely fast.
But that
on that dude.
But South America's a whole nother region, though, isn't it? Podium. Because I think we're in North America. I think South America gets split off into a different region. Is it just the Americas? I thought South America and Central America were a different region. Huh. It's interesting. Yeah, Defsun. Well, Defsun's the one that ends up in all the ads and stuff. Ooh, I'm really hating my analog controller right now. It keeps on switching. Stop switching. Oh, analog controller.
Was you racing with the sticks or something?
No, my analog controller also, if you press up and down on the analog controller, it changes who you're watching, who you're spectating, and my analog controller is drifting up, so it always drifts up. So it keeps on switching between people.
That old broken controller.
So it's Asia, EMA, and EMEA, and Americas. Okay.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
What are you?
Oh, I'm a legend.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm doing pull. Yeah.
What?
eight ball.
Talking what? 8 ball? What? You're.
Yeah, I'm playing with mom in 8 ball, and I just made a god tier move.
Oh. Are you guys playing? It's a mobile game.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it! Just stop it.
It's through the messenger.
Stupid controller. So who's the fastest in the region? Is it the Brazilian? Igor Fraga? Why does that name sound familiar? Has Igor Fraga ever been in our lobby?
I don't recognize that.
It sounds familiar. I've had so many people in and out of this lobby that it's like a bar, dude. This is a bar for people that play Gran Turismo. Come on, Mikey, you can make it. The guy we're watching right now, Mikey's he was last season fourth for Mazda, I think. 4th or 3rd for Mazda in North America. Mikey's properly fast. How's your day today, Cleb? Good?
Pretty good.
Good. How's school good? Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Cleb's in here. Jared. Oh, was TRL Lightning,
Oh, wait a minute.
was champ for 2019?
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Mikey's in here, Jared. We're watching Mikey right now. Is that who you're asking about? Or Kleb? Because Kleb's here.
The stream can hear me talking.
Yeah. But yeah, Mikey's in here. Mikey's in...
Get in here. Wait, is Jared in here?
No, Jared's putting together his new sim setup.
Darn it, Jared.
Jared got sim stands, and he's going to get his monitor tomorrow.
Awesome, but darn it, Jared. I need someone to copy Mikey.
Mikey's been operating at a whole nother level lately. He's driving with a vengeance because he's got to make points. That's what when he came back, he was like, "Tell everyone to watch out because I'm trying to make my points back." He missed like 3 races, man. He's got to make points back. I think he needs to make points so he can keep his S rating. Because Mikey's an S driver. I thought Defsun was a champ. Every time I turn on my PlayStation, it says Defsun.
Oh, okay. Makes sense, Jared.
Okay. You thought Igor Fraga was in here. No. I think Igor Fraga's been in here before, though. I want to say that I've seen Igor Fraga come into at least one of the practice sessions.
I think Mikey's finna get passed. Looks like it's finna happen.
Yeah, Matty Ferrari's working on it.
What's that, like Argentinian?
Yes. That is Argentinian.
Man, he's
Scott,
on Mikey pretty hard. Mikey's falling back from first quite a bit.
Scott, you got a lot of time to make up. 701.5. And you call yourself a European. So Death
Why
Sun
can't I
keeps on
hear everything?
Huh? Death Sun's
Hold
having
on.
problems with the world tours?
Is my window open? Sounds
I
like
don't
fighter jets are like in my bedroom.
Well, let's hope the fighter jets aren't in your bedroom.
I hope so too.
I don't see the Discord link inside the chat. Are you sure you put it in the right chat, Pleb? I don't see it anywhere.
Unless there's someone else named Kaboom Operator streaming your live stream.
I don't see it anywhere in the chat.
It was right on. Look, it was under what's his name's message. When Podium said Lester is from Canada, I said join the Discord. HTTPS.
I don't see that
colon,
here.
//discord.gd /
Yeah, it's not here. Not in my chat it isn't.
What in the world?
You're just limbering up. Scott's just limbering up. Uh-oh, Mikey might get past. Oh, it's a four-way race now. Andre Sav's in on it.
Oh, they both just tapped Mikey.
Oh, look at low. Oh, wow, it's like a
God.
five-person wreck there. Wow. Who just tabbed? Who just tagged
Mikey
who?
just got killed.
I know. Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
Wow,
God,
someone called an ambulance.
killed
Someone called an ambulance for Mikey. Oh my lord.
God, that was terrifying to watch.
Oh my gosh. What happened there?
Rest in peace, Mikey.
Yeah, R.I.P. baby. Wow, Mikey. I can't believe you survived that.
I wouldn't even say he did.
Are you alive? I'm gonna ask him, should I call the paramedics?
He's not even saying anything. He's got to be pissed. I mean, I doubt it though, because he's chill. But like, even then, you got to be somewhat like emotional about that.
Well, Mikey knows it's just practice. He's probably, he knows. 15 from now, let's say it was 05, is 20.
Oh, it changed my car for me.
Tart butter. Tart 653.47. Where are people getting these times from? Oh no, Mikey's gonna kill you now, Clef.
What? What?
He says, man, I'm gonna kill Cleb now. 653? Wow, that's fast. It's still not as fast as your Europeans at 652. Zora, where did you go? Wow. Wow. Sam, now I'm glad of that. What did he... okay, it's gotta be bad then. Did he do it in a Beetle? No, he had to have been a Group 4 car. Don't tell me he did it in something like a Bugatti or something.
Definitely a Beetle. Definitely.
No, because they don't have a Group 4 Beetle, do they?
Oh, no, you're right. They don't. Okay.
A Scirocco? Oh, yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself, Podium. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Wait on something.
Wow.
All those things.
Wow. But you know what though? That practice lobby is misleading. Oh, the European leader did in the Scirocco too. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it really depends on who's driving, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's a long track. That's why I'm not running this race. I had to have known this track before racing it this week in order to be competitive. Who do you usually race for, Podium? I know so you're just doing VW this season. Oh, you've only done one Scirocco race though. Okay. Mikey's waiting.
Still not out on track. I'm safe.
He's just gonna jump on and murder you as soon as you get on.
He's not going to catch me. I'm halfway around the ring.
Oh, this is your first season, huh? How did you end up with an A+ rating then? Do you get a nice setup for only doing your first season? You must race something else. Your setup is way nicer than my setup. Way nicer than my setup. You got the Fanatec and everything, dude. Now I feel like a complete idiot. I was saying earlier, I think I'm the only GT Sports streamer that doesn't have a fancy setup. Like, I pretty much hobbled my whole setup together. The only thing that's nice in my setup is my audio setup, because I used to work in the movie business as an audio guy. That's literally the only cool thing in my setup. Everything else is pretty standard. I've got a $2,000 microphone going through like a... no, actually the mixer's pretty cheap. I didn't break out my nice mixer for sound. My nice mixer is like 15 to 20 grand.
I'm taking a spin in the Sriracha, or whatever this car is called.
The Sriracha?
Yeah. Volkswagen. I call it the Sriracha.
The Scirocco. It's
it's the Sriracha.
No, it is not the Sriracha. Scirocco is a wind that goes across the plains of Africa. That's what it's named after.
Oh, Sriracha.
It's not a Sriracha. Is a sauce you put on. It's a tasty chili sauce you put on stuff.
Exactly.
Scirocco is what Podium just said. You could do top 10 times in race every now and then.
Dude, this thing is...
I never do
really
any of
nice.
the daily races, man. I stay away from the daily races. I'm too much of a P. Well, I can't even say. I'm not gonna say the word online. But I'm too much of a wussy to do the daily races. I'm too fragile.
Do they make these as street cars in America?
The Scirocco? No, it's a GTI variant. It's exactly the same as a GTI. That's why they never brought it over here.
Okay. It looks a little like smaller to me. I don't know why.
What, the Scirocco? No, if you put the Scirocco and a GTI together in real life, they would be the same thing. See, it's crazy. You're an A+. You're an A+ guy, man. That's crazy. I'm nowhere near A+. I'm like C. I'm halfway through C right now. Oh, you're only A rated now. Let me watch. I'm gonna watch you going around in the Sriracha club. The Sriracha. Scirocco.
Nope, it has now been dubbed the Sriracha.
The Sriracha. Yeah, when that whole Sriracha thing happened, when everyone was like, "Oh, Sriracha's the greatest," it's like, you guys are like 20 years late. I've been eating Sriracha my whole life. I've been telling everyone that Sriracha's been great for millions of years. And like, oh no, that was weird.
Still no Mikey on track.
He's probably having a scotch right now, man.
Having a scotch.
You know how Mikey does? He has a scotch every other between all the races. That's why I give the 15-minute break, because I know Mike has got to get a drink and make a drink.
Oh,
I want to make sure no one's going to get a video game injury in my room on my watch, guys. I will provide the place for you to practice, but no one. If I could hand out orange slices on the sidelines between races, I would.
Juice boxes.
And juice boxes, yes. Just to make sure everyone's electrolytes and sugar levels are correct for the race.
Head out some Gatorades and some Arizonas.
Yeah, I know. I'm halfway up through S. We're through C, which is the exact reason why I'm not doing this race, because I want to keep that C rating. This is not the race that I want to debut my C rating at. I would then eventually end up being back in D. Because what would probably happen is I would qualify somewhere in the middle of the field, and then I would get smashed and rammed, and then I wouldn't end up placing anywhere near where I started, which would drop my driver rating. So statistically speaking, I'm not doing it. Woo! Look at those points. 46,600. Yeah, 46,668, man. Wow, that's a lot of points. You got way more points than I do. I only got 66,000 points. You got
points. Wait, what do you say points?
Points. Driver rating points.
Driver rating points? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whose points are you looking at?
Podiums. Yeah, well, that's when you were A+ at 55,481. Did you realize how hard that A+ rating is to get? It's a super hard rating to get. Because I remember watching one of your videos and I was looking at your entry and you were an A+. Yeah, exactly. It's close to 50,000 points for just a straight A. Were you A+ or were you just A? Because I think 100,000 is where you get the A+ at. I know there are a couple of guys that are trying to get the A+ in here. A+ is tough. I bet you Scott could get the A+. We get Scott behind the wheel. He'd be definitely A+.
I wish I had someone to hook up my wheel.
Do you have a wheel?
Yeah, I've got a Thrustmaster.
You do?
Yeah.
You have to get to 49,999 to get A+. Oh, okay. Why don't you use a Thrustmaster wheel?
Because I don't have anywhere to put it. I don't have a desk or like a table or anything I can just hook it onto.
Oh.
Like I sit on my bed and play off my big TV.
Oh. Which Thrustmaster do you have?
It's in the settings.
How about this? How about I send you $150 and you send it to me and I will use it in the time that
it's nowhere near worth that much, I promise you. I think I have the T150.
Oh, so you don't have the T300R or whatever else. I think Jared has a T300RS. That's what he says.
That's a fancy one.
That's a fancy one. Jared's fancy. He got his T-LOM pedals or TLCM pedals or whatever they are, and he got the fancy.
I think the fanciest way you can get those one of those Logitech wheels. Those things are nice.
That's what I hear. I have a couple of Thrustmaster products. I heard that they're like trying to get in touch with their customer support's terrible.
They've got some Okay, wow, the Thrustmaster TGT looks insane. Like,
I
that
know.
just knocked that one Logitech out of the park.
Is
Like,
the
the
Thrustmaster
T500 is nothing.
is the Thrustmaster made for GT Sport?
Yeah, it's in the controller settings. Like, they have specific settings for those wheels and their button layouts.
Yeah, the TGT.
Yeah, that thing is nuts.
I'm looking at Podium because Podium is saying the TGT is nice.
Actually, looking at it now,
What?
do I have a T80? I might have a T80. Yeah, that looks more like mine, because mine's got the L2 and the triggers up there on the upper part of the wheel. Yeah, that's gotta be the one I have.
Good afternoon. Good to see you. Man, you got like a million steering wheels, Podium. Yeah, all I have is a set of flight sticks. I have a fight stick for my PC, and I got my dual whatever. Yeah, Jared's got a T300 GT. Jared just chimed in.
The Logitech G29 and the Thrustmaster TGT, those are nuts.
But Podium, you race with a Fanatec though. I've watched your channel. You have a Fanatec though, right?
Where's my wheel?
That's the wheel that you use.
I don't think it says on the wheel. I don't know.
Is anyone going out?
Where does it say? I'm holding my wheel. Where does it say? Yeah, this is the T80. Okay. I mean, if I could just hook it on my dresser, I'd totally do that, because, like, the paddle sounds so good.
Oh, you have the
Back in the
direct
box.
drive.
Goodbye.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. Man, you must have got a lot of room. You got all them wheels in the house. Oh, I could barely have enough room for my damn PlayStation, man.
Hey, $30.
$30?
Cash out. You can have my wheel.
No.
Dang it. Literally never been used before. It's been hooked up once.
This is why I'm thinking of developing a non-steering wheel for the PlayStation. I think there would be a market for it for people that can't afford or don't have the space for a steering wheel. I think it would be...
Well, like something that goes on top of a bed, like those computer things for the beds.
I'll check it out. I'll check out those videos. No, I was thinking more along the lines of, have you ever seen the HKS controller? HKS came out with a controller, the Turbo company. The guys that make the turbos and stuff. They came out with a controller for the PlayStation 3 that actually has a wheel on the controller. And I think that
no, don't even do that. What really needs to happen is like the Wii steering wheel, where you put the controller in like a wheel thing, and it's a motion wheel.
Well, it already does that. I'm saying like a general control that you can use for every game. The motion, the actual controller actually does that. That's what I use to steer in this game, is the motion control. I'm talking about something that you can use for every game, like, because ACC doesn't support motion control. A controller that would replace, it would identify as a PlayStation controller, but instead of having the D-pad, you would have like a wheel there, like a thumb wheel. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Right? They made one. If you look it up on the internets, HKS made one for the last PlayStation, PS3. But no one's ever made one ever since. It looks actually pretty decent. It looks really awesome. It's like a scroll wheel on the left-hand side that you could, use for your steering wheel. And then the rest of and they have another scroll wheel on the right. I'm guessing that's for accelerator. Your Dual Link may not work. Make it work so I can watch it. I'm just joking, Podium. I'll have to check it out though. I want to see your nephews. Do you race against your nephews in it? Yeah, you're racing clips. I'll show you what I was talking about, but it's actually pretty ingenious. If I had a 3D printer, I could probably print out like something that, you know, a mock-up of it. I think there would be a market for it. I think there are enough sim racers on the PS4 that I think you could sell a couple. You could sell, you know, a decent amount of them. It'd have to be made really well. You know, I wouldn't want it to be anything janky. Wow. I'm gonna have to check that out. Podium. You're starting them out early. 7 and 8. Or 8 and 6. I want to get my niece and nephew into racing. I think my niece likes it. My niece really loves cars, so I'm trying to get my brother to get her to start karting. She's 7 this year. Oh my gosh, my little baby's gonna be 7 this year. My little baby's gonna be 7, and I've missed 1 whole year of their development. That's my sweetheart. Anyone messes with my little girl, I will destroy. Placa Plum is fast around here. Placa's in the room. Scott, you need to jump in so you guys can do the buddy system. I think you could sell a ton of those controllers though. He says NASCAR is boring.
I agree.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree. If NASCAR started becoming boring in the last 10 years, except for all the fights that they have now. It's like WWF now. When they get out of the cars and they start fighting each other, I'm like, it's like WWF. But back in the day, the Intimidator now. Those were exciting times. We're talking about Dale Earnhardt. I had fun. I had a lot of fun watching it on TV, though. On the TV. I will admit that it's really, really fun when you're at the race. But you can't say that. I don't think you have to be at the race to enjoy it. It used to be really enjoyable back in the day. But now that since they've regulated the hell out of it, you know, it isn't as enjoyable, I don't think. It is enjoyable in real life. I will admit, it is much more enjoyable in real life. But it used to be a point when you could watch NASCAR on the TV and it wasn't too bad. You know what I used to like it for? Waking up on Sunday morning after a really hard night of partying. It was just fast enough to keep my mind moving, but slow enough that it would make my mind explode. You didn't hear that clip.
I stopped caring for NASCAR once Junior stopped and started doing the commentating.
Oh, is Junior not racing anymore?
No.
Really?
He does commentating. He has like a talk show sort of thing, podcast.
Junior's really into simulation racing.
Yeah, that used to be like the only reason I cared about NASCAR. Like I legitimately like had like my own NASCAR merch my parents bought me just for Junior and the Mountain Dew car.
Yeah. I knew Junior was good stuff when he did the endurance race with his dad that last year. I was like,
yeah,
I'm gonna like Dale Jr.
I've got a cap or something. It's like based off of Earnhardt Sr.'s car, and both of them signed it.
Oh wow, that's really dope.
Senior and Junior.
Yeah, I remember the day Senior died. I don't even want to talk about it because it's gonna bring a tear in my eye. I remember the day that the Intimidator passed. Super sad day for me. Super sad day when the Intimidator died. Yeah, I had no idea Junior retired. I haven't really watched NASCAR. Then again, I don't have TV, so I only have cable or internet. The internet's and that's it. Oh, you watched that race? Yeah, it's super sad, man. I was at work when it happened, and people kept on coming into work saying, "Oh my gosh, you know, Dale Earnhardt died," and I was just like, "That's just a bunch of BS." And then I got home and turned on Sports Center, and sure enough, it was all over the news. And it was no. There was another death that year that was really bad too, and I was like, "This is the worst year ever." The only race that I've seen, the one race that I saw someone die was with Senna. When Senna died at Imola, I was actually watching that race. That was probably the first most tragic death of a car racer that I'd ever seen. I guess it's the only one that I ever saw. I wish I never saw it, but I did see it. I watched that happen live. It's terrible. It was just about as bad as when the Challenger blew up. The Space Shuttle Challenger. It was on that level.
I've seen the memorial for that at Washington, D.C.
The Challenger?
Arlington National Cemetery, yeah.
Well, dude, that was a tragic day. I couldn't imagine living in Florida that day. It must have been heartbreaking to watch all of that happen above your head.
What year did that happen?
1982? Either 82 or 83. We were watching it on TV in school. Man, that was crazy. I was in tears the whole day, man. I was part of like the whole junior NASA program. NASA would send me blueprints and stuff. It was crazy. Was it 86? Dude, my memory's really bad. Yeah, I watched that too on the TV. I was in school. They rolled the whole, the TV into the room because Chris McAuliffe was on that flight. That was a big deal. I was all excited because we were finally getting to watch like a shuttle go up in school. Because I used to watch the Columbia launches on the TV at home, or I would tape them at home if I knew I was going to miss them. And then they rolled out the old TV and we watched the Challenger go up, and when it exploded, I was just like, "Oh no, I've never seen this happen before." Yeah, that was tragic, man. I had a whole big binder of stuff NASA used to send me. NASA would send me all of this these patches and like mission updates, and it was really, really cool. I was excited about space camp and trying to get into space camp. Yep, I was a nerdy kid, man, when growing up.
I was, now that I think about it, last year, before Corona canceled everything, I was supposed to take a field trip to Kennedy Space Center and go to that one very big building where they stand the rockets up inside.
Yeah, the assembly building. Yeah. The assembly
I've seen it in person because I've been to Cocoa Beach a few hundred times.
Did you know, here's an interesting tidbit. Did you know that building is so big it has its own atmosphere? It'll rain inside of that building because all of the heat rises up and mixes with the cold air, and it'll actually rain slightly.
Yeah, that's a dang big building.
It's a really, really, really huge building.
Okay, call me stupid. Is the Sriracha front-wheel drive? Because I just noticed.
The Sriracha is front-wheel drive.
I didn't notice. It doesn't feel like a front-wheel drive car.
The Sriracha, yes, is very much a front-wheel drive car. It's
planted like a rear, just... I just looked at my tires and I was like, wait a minute, why are all these front ones worn?
That is the GTI of it. GTIs tend to do that.
Oh yeah, if I hadn't looked at my tires, I would have had no idea.
The GTI actually has a really interesting quartering characteristic. I'm not sure if it's built into the Model 7 chassis, which is what the Scirocco is based off of. I haven't noticed it in my all-track because I drive, basically a Golf product. And the Scirocco is, at least in this form factor, is basically a Golf. But when you go around a corner, what'll happen, I don't think it does it in Gran Turismo, but it will raise its, whatever the inside rear tire is, will raise up and off the ground. That's why when I drove an R32 and would go around corners and autocrosses and stuff, I'd smoke my front inside tire to the corner because my rear tire on the opposite end would lift out off the air, off at the ground.
Oh, come on, I had a real good lap. Why is my foot having a muscle spasm?
I don't know, why is your foot having a muscle spasm?
A terrible time for this to happen.
I guess a wheel setup wouldn't be, because you're in between your mom and your dad's place, right? I guess a wheel setup wouldn't be great for you because you're between the two. See, you would be a perfect person for the controller wheel if they made a controller wheel, right? This is why I'm saying there should be a controller wheel option. Like, just imagine the PlayStation controller where the D-pad is, or kind of where the D-pad is, with like a force feedback tiny wheel, like a jog wheel. I think it would work just fine.
Jesus Christ. Dude.
I think it would be a great alternative for folks that don't have the space nor the money for a wheel, but want to enjoy simulation racing. Because you just can't. I can't do it with the sticks. It's really hard for me to drive with the sticks. That's why I love the motion control, man. The motion control is, it's such a godsend. But it literally only works for this game. I don't think it works for
2 laps, and that feels like the longest qualifying I've ever done.
Oh, you're watching the Senna footage? Dude, that's sad. Have you ever seen the documentary Senna Podium? If you want to see a really, really amazing movie, and this is for anyone out there, and it's not, you don't even have to be a big race fan to enjoy this movie, Senna. Oh my god, it's the most amazing movie. Oh, you've never seen it? It's on Netflix. If you have Netflix, look up Senna. It is the most amazing documentary ever. I'm gonna preface this with, get some tissues. Make sure you got a box of tissues around. You will not see a better racing documentary anywhere. And it's almost and I'm a big movie guy, like I worked in the business. It is, I had the opportunity to work with those guys. Watch the Senna movie. It is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. It's one of the best, and I'm a huge documentary fan. It's probably the best documentary I've ever seen. It is so good. It's made by the same guys that do the Formula One Drive to Survive series on Netflix. But look up Senna on it blows Ford versus Ferrari out of the girl water. Though Ford versus Ferrari is a really, really good movie. It's a really amazing movie, but it's nowhere near as amazing as Senna, the documentary. Just look it up. Netflix, Senna. Let me just make sure it's still in there. I'm pretty sure it's still in there, though. Because it's on my... It's always... Every time it ends up on Netflix... I own it. I don't even know why I have it in my Netflix queue. But I'm pretty sure it's in the Netflix queue.
Oh, crap. We got an A+ in here. I didn't even notice that.
Who's A+?
Somebody. Also, I'm in dead last. In the Sriracha. How did this happen?
Because you're driving the Sriracha.
It's a Sriracha. It's fast.
Oh, no, they took it out. Is it no longer being offered? Oh, man, they took it off of Netflix. It was on Netflix this week. I guess they just changed the lineup. Oh, dude, that sucks.
That's why I'm scared to get Netflix. They just be doing that.
So what?
That's why I'm scared to get Netflix. They just be doing that.
Well, they do it from time to time. They took it off of it. No way. Dude, that blows. It was on Netflix for the longest time. Let me see. Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure. Is it on my list still? It's on my list still.
Oh, this dude's all over the grass.
No, they took it off.
Lawnmower.
It must have been taken off this week. Oh, dude.
Mikey, what?
Did Mikey go off?
Yeah, Mikey's in last.
Barack Obama was by far.
That sucks. They took it off.
Happened. I passed him. He was facing the wrong direction. Rest in peace, Mikey.
Take it easy, Podium. Have a good night, my friend.
Oh.
Well, the UDI guys are back.
Is that one of the ones I was here or no?
Yeah, should I just boot him?
See if he says anything. If not, just I don't know.
I'll keep him in here for now. Have a good night, Podium.
Oh, come on, what? They all know freaking.
Wow, we've got a whole group of dudes. And second is Andre Sav, third is Afro Power, fourth is Matty Ferrari 4585 is Zotel, and six is Plaque and Flum, seven is Mickey 9209. Wow, that whole group is like just sticking with each other. And you're stuck behind a Belgian in this Sriracha.
Yeah, I'm not used to the Sriracha, but it's quite a nice feeling car.
Well, yeah, because it's front-wheel drive.
Yes. It makes me want to Volkswagen Golf more.
The GTI is a nice car. Why'd you just flash him? Did you flash him? Respect racing.
Trying to throw him off. I want him to see the flash and get distracted.
Corvell's in the room.
Mikey's already catching me. Super fast.
Yeah, Mikey's super fast.
Great.
Now I'm gonna have to babysit for the UDI guys again. Hopefully they will leave if we get somewhere. You guys are still on the first lap. I am gonna go and get another drink. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Jesus, I just rebounded myself off the track. Somehow didn't die. Oh, here comes Mikey. There goes Mikey. Goodbye, Mikey. Baby, come here. Any kind of cool cruise. Everything about you. Baby, come here. You can go with I will I'll hit you with my Sriracha. What? Is that Mikey making a mistake?
Uh-oh. Scott's got a 659.8. Come on, Scott. I know you can do better than that. Oh, Afro power has gone off.
I can see my leg moving, having a muscle spasm through my pants.
Well, you're young. It just means
My
that
left
you're...
calf muscle is like violently shaking.
I've had that before.
I mean,
Just
it
means
don't
that-
feel like a Charlie horse, but
Just as long as it doesn't Charlie horse out, that's fine.
oh my lord, I woke up with one of those at like 3 a.m. at my dad's. I came back from a Raiders competition. Oh my god, I didn't stretch when I got home.
Uh-huh.
So it just like, after getting stretched out all day, it just kind of like contracted too fast when I fell asleep. I think that's how this worked. And then, oh my god, I woke up and my dad turned the light on and recorded it, and my muscle looked like it did a 360
Ugh.
inside of my leg.
You were probably not drinking... You probably didn't drink enough liquid before you went to sleep.
Yeah, that's also part of it. Even though I'm normally really good about staying hydrated, I'm normally the person that goes around shoving water down other people's throats.
Maybe too... That isn't bad, Scott.
I don't know.
But you still got a couple seconds to work off. I'm just gonna egg you on until you hit the fastest lap in Europe. Yeah, I'm not impressed, Scott.
Past the Belgian. How are you not impressed by Scott?
I'm not impressed by you, Scott. You need to go work it off.
What? It's Scott. You have to be impressed by him.
I know. I'm impressed with most of the driving Scott. Most all of the driving Scott does. All of the driving Scott does. I'm impressed by.
I'm driving back because I haven't had eggnog in 2 days.
They're not calories. That's funny.
My mom has some weird.
You gotta come in here, Scott.
Eggnog.
So what?
My mom has some like weird, like gooseneck looking bottle of spiked eggnog.
Really? You gonna drink some?
And she's like, "All right, I'm letting you try just a little bit."
Don't become an
Better not
alcoholic
touch it
on me,
yet.
Scott. Don't become an alcoholic on me, Club. You're too young for it.
And she's like, "All right, I'm marking off where this bottle is, or where the liquid level is at. Don't touch it." I was like, all right. It's not even that good.
You're at that
I haven't
age.
touched it.
You're at that age. I'm just gonna
I
say
don't
this.
like the taste, like the bitterness of like most alcohols.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of alcohol.
Like the only ones I can drink, just like want, maybe is like the Smirnoff, like the ices and the oranges and the vodka mixed with orange juice.
Well, those are mixed drinks. That's different.
Yeah.
That's different. I'm not like straight up alcohol, like gin. Would probably be the closest I'd come to drinking a good straight up alcohol. But I still have to water it down with seltzer and.
What alcohol? Well, I guess a lot of them are. My dad had something, and it's the color of apple juice, and he contained it in an apple juice container with the wrapper still on. So I was like, oh, a little 8-9-year-old me was like, oh, that must be apple juice. I drank a whole huge cup of it, and only after drinking did I realize, hey, this tastes weird.
It might have been whiskey. Did he have Did he have it in the fridge?
Yeah.
Oh, then it wasn't whiskey. It might have been apple cider, like hard cider. It was probably hard cider.
I don't know, but whoever's bright idea it was to put apple juice looking liquid in an apple juice container on the level of the fridge that a child can reach.
Well, you're going to have to talk to your dad about that one. That, I think, is an issue you're going to have to take up with your father.
Oh, and my friend was over. I'm pretty sure he had some too.
That is an issue you're going to have to take up with your dad, my friend. You're at that age, though, where you're going to be, you could be pushed to peer pressure.
No, I don't want the peer pressure getting to me.
No, don't let the peer pressure get to you. As someone who did that all as a kid, I did the whole peer pressure thing.
I had so much crap offered to me. Oh my god, it was terrible.
I'm glad I
that
had the
party.
experience, but I would not suggest it for any young person out there. That's just me being a good influence on you, Club. Trying to be
I
a
think
good.
me seeing people like just like makes me not want to do it, because like the one dude showed up on acid and he was just kind of like dead.
I was gonna say something about that. And
what even
they
is
could have very
acid?
well
Like,
been doing
what
acid.
do you do?
What's that?
What even is acid? Like,
Okay,
what is it?
acid is a chemical compound that makes you hallucinate. But I don't know how to put this. It's all in your mind basically, and I know that sounds really crazy, and I'm gonna make it a confession to you, Kleb, is I've done a lot of it, right? And it really, it's more of like the hallucinogenic part of it is more of like you see patterns, right? But people will swear up, oh, I saw like a unicorn and I saw a gigantic spider, which is a bunch of bullshit. Like, I've never seen anything like that. But I really also think it depends on your state of mind and where your head is. I'm a pretty creative person, and I've never seen any of that stuff. And I'm not gonna suggest it to anyone. But it's like, okay, it's like a, it's a hallucinogenic drug. It'll make you see stuff. People say, oh, it'll open your mind or whatever, and I'm sure it does. I just did it because I was bored. I was bored, and I was into that whole thing for a while. And would I suggest it to anyone? Depending on what state of mind you're in, yeah, sure. But I wouldn't suggest it to a young person. Oh, hell no. Even though I did it when I was young, I would never suggest it to a young person. Especially if you want a career in something like government or something, I would definitely not do it. Because it'll stay in your system forever. It just gets stored into your spinal cord fluids, I think. At least that's what I've been told, and that's what I've read. So it's something that stays with you for the rest of your life. It probably isn't the smartest thing to do unless you're with people that you trust. I definitely would not do it with a group of teens. The teens just do not, and nothing against teens, but teens just don't have the mental capacity to handle LSD. If you were going to try it, I would wait until you're later in life and you were smarter and...
I'm not even going to bother. Not with acid. Definitely not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not worth it. It might not, for a lot of people, it's not their thing, It's not as scary as most people will make it out to be. Right? It's not half as scary. If you have that in your mind before you take it, then yes, it'll be very scary. But if you have someone that, a good guide with you, then it's not as bad. It's just more of like something to kind of... It's one of those things that people use to take the edge off, And that's honestly why I took it, was just to take the edge off for a day. It lasts for a long time. It lasts for 6 to 8 hours sometimes, depending on the potency. But I would not suggest it to anyone that's under the age of 21 or 22. Mainly because most young people don't have the mental capacity to handle LSD. And I think those...
Yeah, I think the only thing I would ever willingly try is smoking, just because, it's just smoking.
Cigarettes?
It's becoming normalized at this point. No, not cigarettes, but
marijuana.
But yeah.
I wouldn't suggest
That's
smoking.
becoming so normalized now. I mean,
yeah.
It's something I wouldn't mind trying, but I don't see myself just like going in the garage and just doing it like some people be doing.
That's the only thing that I do now. I only smoke marijuana. Number one, because it's legal for me here in Los Angeles or in California.
Yeah.
I also have legitimate reason why I take it. I use it to relax, especially the muscles in my shoulders. The muscles in my shoulders and my neck.
Has a card for, because he's had like 11 or 12 surgeries for like all different parts of his body, so he's in like constant pain.
Yeah.
So he does it, and yeah, it's like, oh, I just don't like the smell though. Like I'll be driving, and it's medical for him, and like sometimes he needs it because he's in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
And he just starts doing it in the truck, and it's like, oh, that's a terrible smell.
Oh yeah, because it smells
like dog. I'm on I-95 North, and my nose, like, I have like a slightly deficient sense of smell because of my deformed left nostril. Oh my lord, that is just overpowering.
Because it smells like poop. Good
it
weed
smells terrible.
Like poop. Yeah,
it enters your nostril and it punches you, and it's like, Jesus God.
Good weed smells like. That's why you call it skunk weed, because it smells like a skunk.
What? Hold on.
What?
Maryland has officially ruled that rap lyrics can now be used as evidence in a courtroom.
Really?
What?
That's right.
Why? All the rappers commenting at Young Gravy, lame. I agree.
Scrapster.
In that case, movies and TV shows should be too.
Oh, Scott just said The Men Who Stare at Goats. Yeah, that's about acid. It's about acid. There are a couple of really good acid movies out there. Most people can't handle it. I mean, you have to really kind of be a level-headed person in order to handle acid. They have this thing now called microdosing, where people will take tiny hits of it, which I think is stupid. People will microdose and just take the whole dang thing, man. Don't be a pussy about it. Just take the whole thing.
Oh. Greetings, Earthlings and others.
Mark is in here.
If I ever do a public speech, the first thing I'm saying is good morning or good evening, boys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, and the Technicolor rainbow in between.
You got a head.
That's like the smartest thing I've ever heard, because it accounts for everything without having to say everything.
You've got a good head on your shoulders, kid. You know that?
And just everybody else sounds lame. So why not make it interesting and just say, ladies, gentlemen, boys, and girls, and the Technicolor rainbow in between?
You've got a good head on your shoulders, kid. You're going to go places when you grow up. It's very nice.
Air Force comedian.
Yeah, don't get pressured into drugs, guys. If you're young and you're watching this channel, don't get pressured into drugs. It's not as cool as you think it is. It's actually really expensive and can be very, very, be very disastrous to your development. So don't do it. Just
Dude,
wait.
Some people I've had it on Snap since like middle school, and like every day they're posting, "Oh, I'm selling this, I'm selling that." And it's like, where are you getting this? You're 12.
I can't deal with it, dude. I can't deal when kids deal with it. It's just like, and then they start talking like they know everything. I'm just like, you're like 12 or you're 14. I had one 14. You're like, you don't know what you're talking about, man. What are you talking about, dude? I've been doing it for 30 years. I probably have enough in my blood system to kill you. That's why I would be terrible for vampires, because they would just trip balls if they were to take my blood. I've done the full round. I was a dumb kid when I grew up, when I was growing up, but I just got smarter. I was never like that. I was never in like the whole idea like, I'm seeing the Millennium Falcon or whatever. All you see is like weird geometric patterns that are already there. It just makes you...
that one dude I saw, like, he was just like laying there moving around a little bit. He wasn't saying a word. He was just kind of there. I was like, what are you up to?
I'm gonna tell you that most people that do it as an act. They're like acting, and it's in their mind. It's all in their mind, because there's a very physical part of LSD. Right? There's a very physical like element to LSD. But most people that do it because they think that's what they're supposed to do. And so they've got it stuck in their mind that that's how they're supposed to act while they're on it. A lot of people, when I did LSD, would have no idea that I was on LSD. They're like, I'd tell them, I'm like, I'm tripping balls right now, and they'd be like, what? You're like, you're normal. You're like, you're also talking to someone who can smoke a ton of marijuana, but I do my taxes, and I'll clean the house, and I'll do like normal chores. You know, I don't do it to get wasted. I do it to take the edge off, man. And I'm not into the whole I'm getting wasted thing, you know?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people and I think that's more of an American thing, where Americans will do something because they want to get wasted. You know, I'm not like that. I just do it just to take the edge off the day. But that's, you know, that's just American culture in general. You know, we're into like excess and getting blasted and this and that. You're not going to see that in Europe, especially like in England, especially the drinking thing. I know the English always laugh at Americans when they drink, because I think the English have their heads put on straight as well, and most everyone in Europe has got their head on put their head on straight better than most Americans, because we're denied so much as young kids, whereas I think in Europe you're young. It's your younger age when they allow you to drink and do other stuff. Right? I don't know what the drinking age is in Europe, Scott, or in England. Maybe you can answer that. I'm pretty sure it's lower than what we have in the United States, which is like what, 21 here, which I think is far too old in your development to start drinking.
Yeah, like 18 makes sense, because like by that time you're probably hopefully out of school, and if not, you're just about. But like 21, like you're not in school. You should be out like doing your own things. So why is that a concern?
Yeah, exactly.
Like what happens in those 3 years where it's just like, oh, okay, now you can do it.
Scott saying your media is filling your heads with crap. I mean, that's pretty true, but I think it's also has to do with the restrictions that we have age restrictions we have for things like drinking and stuff. You know, I honestly think that if you were able to, expose younger people to things like intoxicants earlier in life, then they would know how to handle it later in life. You know, same thing goes for like driving and this stuff. I think, we're far too protective here. Especially with like stuff like nude girls. Like, come on, everyone's seen someone naked at some point in time. Why is there an age restriction on seeing nude girls? We like to objectify things here, and we like to limit people's. When you limit someone's ability to do something, that's when they're gonna go, okay, I'm gonna figure out another way to get around the system in order to do this.
Not only that, there's no way to prevent anyone under the age of 18 from saying that on air.
Exactly.
Absolutely no.
Exactly, Mark. If you can join the military and die for your country at the age of 18, you should be old enough to drink a beer.
Exactly. Exactly well put. Very well put. Very well put. Like I said, I'm not saying that everyone should go out and trip balls. And I'm definitely not telling you to trip balls, Clem, because you're way too young for it. But like I said, most Americans aren't emotionally capable of handling it. I've had so many instances where like people are like, oh, I saw a giant spider. I'm like, no, you didn't. You just made that up in your mind. You just want people to believe that you're some badass doing acid. But that's not the case. I'm making a sriracha livery.
That's what I'm saying. You're making a sriracha livery. Yeah, so you're the drinking age for you guys is 18. That's what I'm saying. It's just like crazy, man.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, I don't know who the male. Oh, that was who was that? I know who you were talking about. That was in the 70s, wasn't it? The major league pitcher that pitched the perfect game while tripping on LSD. Okay, I'm going to tell you an LSD story of mine. When I was going to college, I went to primarily an art school, right? So we had lots of people doing LSD there, and we threw this one really huge party at my house, and the cops came like 4 times. They were really cool about it, and they finally busted us, and people left. Well, the next day we were cleaning up the house and cleaning up around the house, and there's this alleyway that was between the 2 houses, between my house and the next house, and that's where everyone was dealing drugs, was right in that alleyway. So when the cops would come, people would drop their stuff and they would just run. Well, when I went through that alleyway the next day, it was like a treasure trove of acid, mushrooms, and like weed and whatever. It was like a candy store. So I cleaned up all of it, and it ended up we had so much acid left over, and I was like, oh my gosh, what is going on here? And we had it all stored in the fridge, and like no one else in the house really did any acid. But I was like, well, I'll try it. I mean, I'm not going to let it go to waste. So I had this one class, and I had this really my class schedule was vicious that year. I was taking 20 credits that year. And
That's
right
it?
before, well, 20 credits for a season or for a semester is it's a lot of credits.
Oh, semester. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like year. I was about to say, holy crap.
No, I
I'm
mean
in high school and I just got 16 college credits in one semester.
Yeah, it's. I was taking 20 credits because I was double majoring in English and in theater, or theater tech. So hold on. So I had this vicious schedule on, I think it was Wednesdays. Yeah, it was Wednesday. Where I had, hold on, English literature in the morning. Physics. What else did I take that day? Art history, which was a 3-hour class of memorizing slides, and then another 4 to 5 hour class where I was one of the technical directing assistants for the stagecraft class, which basically was me watching freshmen build sets and making sure they didn't saw off their arms. But my last class of the day was cultural anthropology, and it was a 100, or it was like it was a 100 level class. This was my junior year. I had never taken it, so I had to get it out of the way. Well, I take that class, and I was just like, by the time I got into that class, I was so tired. My brain was warped and dead, and I was literally just in there and taking up space and breathing because I could not do any thinking by that point of the day. Well, after the party, I was just like, well, you know what I'll do? Just so I can stay awake in cultural anthropology, I'll take a couple of hits of acid, and it'll at least keep me awake so I can stay awake in that class. So for that whole semester, after I get out of my construction class, I would drop a couple of hits of acid and go in the class. It was funny because I had like 2 other people that were in the class with me before, and they knew exactly what I was doing. And they would say that I would be in there, and I'd just start drawing circles in my notebook. And every now and then I would pay attention, and I would listen to what the teacher was saying. And I did that the whole semester. I got every single exam I took that semester was an A. And that was my best class. I ended up getting an A+ in that class. And my cultural anthropology teacher's like, "You're such a good student." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." We would have a break. It was a 3-hour class. I would climb the tree outside of the the classroom during the break. It was so funny. But I mean, I was so focused on what she was saying. Like it would all soak in while she was teaching, and I would remember I remembered everything. And since I'm a visual thinker anyway, it was easy for me to visualize what she was talking about. And yeah, it was crazy. DJ Chris Style just said that's a funny story. That was the only A I had that whole semester. Dude, I had straight A's that whole semester in that class. Oh man. That's not saying that everyone should go out there and do LSD. I'm just saying that I'm level-headed enough that I can handle it. Yeah, I've done a good I've done things that you probably should never do, Club. You should probably never ever do that. Yeah, you should probably never. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. That's why I try to be a good role model for young people, because I've done all of it. I've done pretty much everything out there. You know, but you know, I think a lot of people make their drugs out more than they actually are sometimes. Especially acid. Acid and mushrooms are the two worst. I hate watching people do either one of them because they're always just so fake. I'm just like, that's so fake, dude. You're like Hollywood movieing it. Get your head out of your ass. As much as I want to believe that the kids that you saw at that party thought they were, and it was funny because especially at the teenage age, if they got it from someone that's older, a lot of times the people that are older will just give them fake acid and they'll just make it all up in their mind. I know I did that for a couple of years, sold fake acid to high school kids. And I'd always laugh. I'd watch them and be like, I sold you nothing. You're making it up in your mind. These are all like things that you're making up in your mind. I want to know who. I remember who you're talking about, Mark. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Reggie Jackson, was it? MLB pitcher. LSD. Doc Ellis. Doc Ellis did it. It was in 1968. Wow. Yeah, he pitched the perfect game on LSD. Was it John Rocker? It says, oh yeah, we've got one glitcher. TID chicken nugget. Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. We're not even talking about racing now. We're talking about LSD in here.
You gotta hope you don't. I mean, I guess you don't monetize your videos, but you gotta hope you don't get flagged now.
No, I won't get flagged because I'm not condoning it.
That's true.
I'm not condoning it by any means.
I guess for a lot of bigger YouTubers are like super restricted. Like if they even mention drugs or like weapons or anything, they get like instant demonetized.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen so many videos of people complaining about it.
Really? Well, then how do you talk about it, like in the sense that you're trying to prohibit people to do it? That doesn't make any sense. Like I'm not trying to I'm not condoning it by any means.
Like educational type channels and stuff like that can upload those sorts of things as long as it's tagged as educational. But if someone does like gameplay, like a group of YouTubers I used to watch, and they talk about it just jokingly, then boom, instant monetization.
I can see how that would. Yeah, well, if they're talking about it in a sense where they're trying to condone it, yeah. But I'm not trying to condone it by any means, you know?
Oh yeah.
I'm not trying to condone that through the behavior by any means. I'm just saying that I'm just reflecting on experiences that I've had in my own personal life. You know, I would never recommend that anyone do anything that I've done. Never. I would never recommend that. You know, I could have very well gotten kicked out of school if they figured out what I was doing. Oh, the stories I can tell you. One of my
teachers was talking about, or I think one of the students brought up black tar heroin, and then the teacher started talking about it.
Oh, really? You'd be surprised.
Yeah, that was in aerospace, too.
Oh, it was in aerospace. That makes sense.
Navy fighter. My teacher's a Navy or ex-Navy fighter pilot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, both of them My freshman, it happened in my freshman year. Someone brought it up.
Well, you
I
said
guess
one
just
of them.
joking about it.
You said one of them was old enough to fly an F-14 Tomcat. So I would imagine if they had experience with it, they had experience with it when they were in the Asias or something, like deployed in somewhere near Asia or whatever, or maybe even the Middle East.
My freshman year, I had someone that was like a loadmaster for the larger aircraft that were on the carriers, and then he became a shooter, and then he became a pilot. And then this year, there's him, and then there's another guy that was a Navy fighter pilot, except the new guy works with Northrop Grumman.
Yeah, you know, engineers are a strange bunch because they, a lot of them will take substances like that just so that they can, you know, it's like, I guess it takes a certain type of person to be a really, really good engineer. But some of like the aerospace engineers I've talked to or like talk about microdosing and doing all this and that. I'm like, wow, it's crazy. Doing LSD. Oh, are you an engineer, Mark? My dad's an engineer. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, engineers are. I should have been an engineer. I'm an audio engineer. I come from engineering, an engineering background. So let's put it that way. I'm pretty sure that's where my technical mind comes from. Is my dad. Technical and artistic mind comes from my dad's side. I would imagine. At least the visual part. The music part comes definitely from my mom's side because my dad is a terrible musician. He loves to karaoke, but my man's tone deaf. Yeah, well, I mean, look, the next thing that you need to put in there, Mark, engineer, artist, musician, and then Saab owner, because most engineers own Saabs at some point in time. The Saab was the car for the engineer because it was such a well-engineered piece of kit. It was a very well-engineered car. That was the official car of the engineer, was the Saab. Especially the Saab 900 Turbo. Lots of engineers own that car.
Is that like how all the astronauts are driving Corvettes?
Oh no, the astronauts were given Corvettes from Chevy. They were given,
awesome.
Yeah, back in the day they were given to them. Never. What are you talking about? The Saab is a great
going
car.
to the moon. Here's a split window.
That's what they did. That's what they did. Chevy had a contract with NASA. Like every time if you were part of the astronaut program, you got a Corvette. I think only the guys that went up to space got Corvettes. But they didn't. I don't think they gave it to them. I think they loaned it to them. It was kind of like a loaner car. I think.
Maybe I need to be an astronaut and beg Chevy for like a free split window.
What do you think you're talking about? Never. The Saab 900 Turbo was an amazing car. You know, you could put a Saab on its roof and it won't deform. At least the old Saabs. There are some racing leagues that will allow you to drive a Saab and not put a roll cage in because the chassis is already stiff enough that it serves as a roll cage. Saabs are dope, man. No one, don't sleep on Saab. And Saab brought in the turbo revolution. No one knew anything about putting turbos into passenger cars until Saab came out with a 900. And then it became like all the rage. Like, oh, Saab's doing it. Come on, man. Those cars are set up like fighter jets too. You would like a Saab, Kleb. It's set up like a fighter jet.
Well, I mean, that one Lamborghini is supposed to be set up like a fighter jet, and they didn't do a too good job with it.
No, they didn't do a good job of it. Not like Saab did. Key inside the center console instead of being on the stalk.
Oh, I like the Senna's, like the roof thing where like you look at the roof and you have to start it like the button is up above you. I love that.
It's above you, like a spaceship.
Yes, it's crazy. I need to buy a car. What's going on? I've got 2.2 million.
God, being a shooter on the deck of an aircraft carrier must have been scary.
Yeah, he said that was really bad for his ears.
Yeah, because you're on your knees all the time for the whole time. I would have never wanted to been a shooter or one of the guys next to the arresting wires, the arresting cables. Because if one of those arresting cables snaps, you're gone. It's done.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is no surviving getting whipped by one of them things.
Nope. You just get split in half and that's it.
Disintegrate.
Yeah. They send you back in pieces in a little pine wood box with all your effects.
That's great. To your family. Sorry about that. You don't ground up your homeboy. Oh, I wish they had a 177 GT3 car. God, like the dimensions of the thing are already like perfect. It doesn't need a wide body or anything.
What car are you talking about?
The Aston Martin 177. It's like the cleanest Aston ever. Like the dimensions are perfect. It's got the signature Aston Martin, but it's like revolutionary for them. It's like some like crazy step in a direction they've never gone before.
Are you in your GT Sports still, right?
Yeah.
Are you racing this race on Saturday?
Yeah, absolutely.
You are.
Man, I wish the Vulcan wasn't junk in this game. Vulcan sucks.
Yeah. It's not a very good car.
It's supposed to have a lot of downforce, and it acts like it has no downforce. What about McClary? McClary's by. Oh, I have all of the McClary's.
I'm not sure what this guy's on about. Ken Striker. Where are you? Looks like you're messing up your own qualifying lap, my friend.
What is he doing?
I don't know. I'm not sure
Lewis
exactly
Hamilton.
I'm not sure.
What kind of car does Lewis Hamilton have?
I'm not actually exactly sure what this guy's doing. Are you scrubbing your tires off? Is that what you're trying to do?
His tires are dirty.
You know, not to change the subject, but a set of Corsa tires are so much better.
Yeah.
I love how they don't freak out when you go onto grass. For somehow, some way, for me at least, the pro set of tire setting is much easier than the easy tire setting. I was actually flying on the intermediates last night when I was doing the rain test.
Bugatti. Do I have a Bugatti? I think I do. Yo. They need to give us another Bugatti.
I've got to do the night test in ACC.
At Monza?
Yeah, I've got to finish that. And that's it. I know. After the night test, that's it, right?
Yeah, after the night test, you make your own racing team.
Oh, sweet. How long are the races in that game?
Shoot. The first one I did was like 20 minutes.
Are they done by time or lap? Time, right?
Time.
Okay.
There's just no car I want.
I can't wait.
That's why I want GT7 hurry up and happen. Because I want to drive the 917.
Well, there's no hurrying up about the GT7. GT7's not coming out to Christmas time.
Yeah.
You're not going to see.
Still, I want that thing. I want that car.
You're not going to see GT7 until about October or November. I know Chris would like to say that it's going to not be this year, but that's honestly that just makes no sense. It's the PS5 flagship title that usually always comes a year after the console comes out. I don't think any Gran Turismo's come out on time. None of them. They've always been like a year or two after the consoles come out. Was it GT3 the one that we were waiting for the longest, I think? I can't remember which GT that was. There was one GT where it's just like, are they going to make another one? And then it finally came out.
Oh, I bought a car.
I don't know. I'm not looking forward to the new GT7. I'm afraid that everything's going to get mixed up and it's just going to be worse because it's got it's trying to do too many things at once.
I'm excited because they showed off like a lot of the returning cars. Like I'm really excited to drive the 911 GT1 and the 917. Oh my lord! And if they're adding a 917, they're probably going to add similar cars from that time period.
You would hope.
Really cool to see.
You would hope.
I hope so. God, that's my favorite car ever. If I could just have a car, I'd get a 917.
I had a model of a 917 somewhere. Actually, no, I don't have it here. I think it's back in Virginia. It's the Newman Racing one, the yellow one.
I like the Golf and the red and white one.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, I bought an Aventador SV.
The Aventador.
Oh, I had the exhaust tips of that. Epic. What have they done? Good car. These things are big. Like, I mean, a lot of these sports cars are so small, and then I saw an Aventador one time, I was like, holy crap. This thing's big.
They're big cars.
Yeah, they're fat.
They're really fat. Definitely much larger. Ooh, Leva Zenk now put a 703 in. Wow, fast Argentinian. What was I thinking about?
What TV color setting? Whack.
The Huracan is a pretty wide car as well. Huracan's like a Ford Taurus around here. You see Huracans all over the place. That might be the big... No, they're the... Is it the 458 that I see a lot here in Los Angeles? I don't know, the Ferrari Lamborghini game is pretty lame here. You see them like every street corner, hanging out 7-Eleven. I'm sure it's the same thing in Florida, especially if you go to like Miami. I'm sure you see lots of Ferraris and Lamborghinis out there.
Definitely not where I'm at, but I imagine like Miami.
Fort Lauderdale.
I've seen one in Daytona.
Really? I would imagine you see more in Daytona.
I was only in Daytona for like a few hours, and I was going to a water park, so I was only on the road for like 20 minutes in the actual Daytona. And we saw a squadron of like cars. It was like an Aventador, a McLaren of some sort, I think 570, GT3, and I think a Lotus Elise.
Oh, yeah. You see a lot of those around here. At least you did back in the day when Lotus Elises was still being sold a whole bunch. I actually almost bought a Lotus Elise way back in the day, but I was too fat for it. Why are you saying act mark because of your time? You're still faster than King DXIX. Although King DXIX, I think, messed up on their qualifying lap. Oh, Josh Manelli's in here. You're late, my friend. Should have been here earlier. Yeah, the Lotus Elise is a tiny, tiny car. If you're over 5'3", then you don't want to be in Lotus Elise.
So I'm assuming 5'11", you would not fit in it.
No. Well, no, you probably would. You're probably the perfect size for it. We're the same height, so I'm just horizontally challenged. Meaning I'm fat. Much fatter than
I couldn't have guessed.
Yeah, I'm much fatter than I was back in the day.
What?
What?
The heck? Man, there's a lot of random crap going on right now.
What random crap's going on? Tell me. Look at the random crappiness.
Okay, not to get political, so I'm not going to do a sidey thing, but the president has been indefinitely banned from Facebook and Instagram.
That's so funny. So he's basically a troll.
Yes, he's gone. No more. His account has been indefinitely banned. It's still there, but he can't access it.
They're gonna have to give him a temp. He's gonna have to get a temporary name. He's gonna be like temp 55772.
Great.
Oh, that's funny.
Why though, bro? What are you doing?
Well, he's been debunked plenty of times on both platforms.
Mark Zuckerberg. The shocking events of the last 24 hours clearly demonstrate that Trump any time in office. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, whatever.
Blah, following certification. Blah, blah, blah.
Whatever. Especially after yesterday, I'm just like, okay, I'm done with the news cycle right now.
I remember he got
they should have
banned
banned
on Twitter for 12 hours.
They should have banned his social media 4 years ago. Honestly, I agree with you.
Or at least just Twitter, because that's where he spends most of his time.
Yeah.
Bro,
yeah,
he dissed his own VP. How you gonna do that?
Yeah, I don't understand how. Well, let's not get political. Let's not get political.
Oh yeah, not to get political, but how you gonna diss your own VP? It don't matter no about. No
well,
side,
how can you diss?
How
you gonna diss everyone that you've pretty much hired at this point, who are now?
Yeah, exactly. But shoot, you'd think the one person you wouldn't diss
would be
his vice president that he picked, but no, he just blamed him for the entire situation. Bro.
Okay, let's stop talking about it. Let's stop talking about it. Let's stop talking about it. We got enough channels concentrating on that whole thing.
Yeah, it'll die down as soon as we get the next one.
I want a steering wheel still.
I don't want eggnog.
It's out of the season, Kleb. You're not going to get any more eggnog unless you get
There's
old
no
eggnog.
such thing.
You're out of the season for eggnog.
Nope.
Yes.
Never.
Yes, you are out of the season for eggnog.
Oh, I missed a SpaceX launch. Dang it.
Where did they launch from? Did they launch from Cape Canaveral?
Yup, 16 minutes ago.
Oh, dude, that would have been awesome to watch.
Just a Falcon 9. What were they launching? Let's see. The only reason I really use Twitter is because of SpaceX. I'm watching the live stream right now. Yeah, they launched 17 minutes ago.
What were they launching? Satellite.
That's what I'm trying to find out. Good night.
Good night, Kleb's mom.
Yeah, I know.
Good night, Kleb's mom. What are they launching? Satellite?
Whoa, hold on. Wait a minute. NASA. We're going to the moon with NASA Artemis, this time to stay. What? To stay?
Yes, to stay. They need to build a station there if they're going to go to Mars. You cannot go to Mars without building a station.
They have a moon sleepover.
You cannot go to Mars without building a station on the moon first. You cannot. It's just it is not feasible to do it without doing that.
Oh, I didn't see this. They launched the Starship or the I guess that's the actual name of it.
Yeah, the Starship.
That's
They're
crazy.
testing it. They're doing the tests for it.
And that's not even the whole thing. That's just the upper part of it.
They're going to probably build the whole thing out in space. They
This
need
is just
to.
the commercial part of the thing that people are going to ride in. That's crazy.
They need to build all that stuff in space.
Oh, what? It's got the, what's it called? The nozzles that move, like an F-22.
Yeah, the.
I mean, I know the current rockets do that a little bit, but these things are moving all around.
That's how they guide themselves home. The rockets, the reusable rockets. Have you ever seen one of the rockets land after launch? It's amazing. It just.
Well, yeah, but those fire off on the upper part of the sides.
But they still
it
vector.
redirects exhaust gases up and fires off. This thing, the whole nozzle just moves and tilts.
So it's
it.
a vector. Yeah, it's a vectoring nozzle. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, but like taken to a whole new level.
Well, they probably just made it a different vectoring nozzle. The one landing I saw of a SpaceX. Who's it? Was a vectoring nozzle. Uh-oh, Mark's got some action going on.
Oh, it touched down a little hard. It kind of disintegrated, but something tells me they might have wanted that. I don't know.
Did he run you off the road, Mark? Boy, lots of
What
people.
in the world did I just read? Oh my god, listen to this tweet. Elon Musk, Elenmask. Yeah. I guess he was trying to say Elon Musk.
Elon
That's
Musk.
from the SpaceX Twitter.
Uh-huh.
Elon Musk, if you see the Aurora Borealis, you can say it is a natural hologram. Maybe from this you open your eyes more than now you can create hologram by what you have money.
Oh my gosh. Now we're getting into like flat Earth. That guy must be a flat earther as well.
This is barely English.
Well,
Oh, he's not.
most
Okay.
people that use Twitter have no idea how to speak English, even though they're an American or an English-speaking country.
No, he follows a lot of English, like, people.
Well, it doesn't mean that they can speak English. Should I kick someone there, Mark? Hold on, I'm talking to Mark. Well, he's racing. Mark's racing.
What the world? I dang near had a stroke reading that.
What was I thinking? Yeah, they need to build a moon base. That's the only way we're gonna get to Mars. It makes no sense to do any kind of vehicle from here on Earth. We have to spend so much in like fuel just to get out of the gravitational reach of the Earth. Because I mean that's a long ways to burn. I mean you could do it if you had like one of those what it is, the ion engine. It would just take forever for the ion engine to gain speed. But if you ion engine it from the moon, it would probably wouldn't take as much. It wouldn't have to work as hard.
Okay, so after watching this video, the fuel tank burst right before the thing landed, and it just kind of like lost all power and touched down a little hard, and then just proceeded to disintegrate.
Oh wow.
But they're very happy with the test, so it must have gone really well, except for the fuel tank bursting.
But that's gonna happen. At least it didn't burst.
But the
when
landing
people-
trajectory looked perfect. It was coming in nice and smooth, and then you see like a little pop out the bottom. It's like, oh, there goes fuel,
Yeah.
and then it just kind of boom.
Maybe their new vectoring engines use too much gas.
I mean,
Put too much stress on the,
much of a difference.
Put too much stress on the fuel pump or something. I don't know.
this is those fancy Raptor engines that the Starship is using.
Yeah, the vectoring motor, vectoring thrusters.
Yeah, like the actual name of the engine is the Raptor. Like, I'm not talking about the F-22.
Oh, okay.
And some fans, it's real fancy. I forget what about it, but
That's super fancy.
yes.
It's very fancy.
Dang it! I missed the thing. That's a shame.
People have been real dicks on this track.
What?
Everyone's...
This might have just been a test launch because they launched and then 8 minutes after launching, the booster had already landed. So I mean,
It's
it
probably
only
a test
takes like
launch.
15.
Yeah. It's probably a test launch. What were they delivering? They were delivering part of the spaceship to the what are they doing? Was it a test run for the space? Part of the spaceship?
Hold on, I'm looking at a TurkSat 5A mission. What is that?
What is it?
SpaceX starting 9:15 Eastern on Thursday, January 7th for launch of the TurkSat 5A mission. Space Launch Complex, blah, blah, blah.
It sounds like a satellite launch.
At Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. There's a backup opportunity available.
Oh, it's a satellite
is
launch for Turkey.
TurkSat, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
TurkSat.
it's a satellite for Turkey that they're launching.
Oh, Turkey.
Yeah, we got so many satellites flying around.
Yeah, a whole lot of stuff up in there.
Mm-hmm.
Up in orbit.
Yep.
Bro, someone really said that launch was fake. Like, dude, you can go watch the thing in person. Go see it.
Don't even get me started on that whole topic.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on that whole topic.
I don't get how you can deny things like this. Like, how is it?
I'm
any
gonna get
different?
angry. don't get me started on that whole topic. I will go crazy talking about it.
All I'm gonna say is it's like not much different from an airplane.
It drives me nuts.
What is this? 42. What is that?
Yeah, I can't wait till they get the whole space station or the moon base erected. I think there's so many resources on the moon that we could use, and definitely use to. We could probably, honestly, with everything that we could find on the moon, probably fabricate all of the parts that we need on the moon. I think the hardest thing about it is going to be figuring out where to put the habitat, because the habitat would have to be underground for the moon base. The moon just gets blasted by too many meteors and meteors to want to put the moon base on the surface. That thing would be so shredded by the end of the first month of being erected. Could you imagine living on the moon base and just being bombarded by meteorites every day? I mean, I know that I'm just on Earth alone. Earth gets bombarded by meteorites all day long. But can you imagine with a moon with no atmosphere to burn it all up? That's some crazy stuff, man. Where's Scott? Is Scott still doing time trials? Ah, there's Scott. Mark, your car is so calming. That blue is such a calming blue. I want to say it's sea foam. That's the color? That's actually the color I wanted to make the first Hello Kitty car. Was kind of that lightish blue. I really like that color. It's almost making me fall asleep looking at it because it's such a pleasing tone of blue. I like Matty Ferrari's Minolta livery. This is nice. This is a nice livery too. The Mind of Minolta. Let's see if King Dix is a dick to Andre Sav. We got both of our dicks in a row here. Nah, I'm not gonna say. Andre Sav's been behaving themselves. At least as of late, they've been behaving themselves. I'm always willing to give people a chance, you know? Scott, what was your final time? Scott's trying to break the record for the European side of this track. Didn't do it anymore. You couldn't take it anymore. You know, if the tire wear and the fuel model were accurate in that time trial, I would think I would say that was relevant. But since the tire wear and the fuel model aren't present in that thing, I think it gives you a false sense of security that you're fast. I think the speeds that you're hitting in here are much faster than what you're gonna do inside that inside the time trials. Wow, you went under the gantry for 611 at 611. Wow. That's fast. That's very, very fast. You'll watch as Mark crosses the finish line. In that pleasingly blue Ron John Viper. Maybe that's the reason why they paint classrooms that color. At least back in the day, used to paint classrooms that color. Nice. Oh, you didn't cross the line. You gotta cross the line. Boop. There you go. Such a pleasing blue. Well, yeah, because you're not getting the right grip. You're getting fake grip, Scott. I have to say, it's been kind of nice not having to race at all. You guys duke it out there, Mark. I'm still on about this whole controller thing. Like, I want to make a controller with a steering wheel on it. Is that too hard to ask? I think that would be perfect for, especially like you, Club, where you're going back and forth a lot, if you're still there.
For what?
A steering wheel for the controller.
I don't know if I'd really want like a wheel on the controller. Like,
no,
if I'm gonna use a wheel, I'd want like an actual rig.
Like a jog wheel would make it easier to drive. I know you would definitely like a steering wheel, but I'm saying in lieu of that, it would be much cheaper, and you could bring it wherever. You don't have to, like, you know, lug around the whole setup the whole time. You happy going in low sixes? You're such a braggart, Scott. Just rub it in that you're faster than everyone else around here. Hey, good to see you again. Good to see you again. I think especially for people like, you know, because Scott drives with a stick as well. I think it would be a lot easier to do it with like a scroll wheel. At least be more accurate with a scroll wheel. You know, like a jog wheel that you would find on it. Oh, I guess you probably don't know about a VHS jog wheel.
1 minute ago, the Turksat was deployed. It looks like a big box.
Yeah, I'm sure it does Turkish things. Maybe it spreads gravy all over the world. I'm just joking.
First successful Falcon 9 mission of 2020. Fancy. Yes, it'll slingshot gravy onto Earth. All to America's enemies. Taliban, boom. Bombard them with gravy from space.
That sounds delicious. Gravy from space.
Put it in like a thin, like a glass capsule, all the raw ingredients, just like launch it through the atmosphere so it burns up and cooks. And then just boom.
I like that thought. I like the way you think, my friends.
Feel bad for Elon. Everyone's spelling his name wrong. There's so many Ellens.
It's 4 letters. ELON. How can you spell Elon Musk the wrong way? It's a total of 8 letters. ELONMUSK. How hard can it be? I think it would be dope. You instead of where the D-pad is, there would be I'm telling you, there would be like a little circle. Ooh, if it was touch sensitive, that would be really sweet. If it could not be raised and be at the same level as a plastic around the D-pad, I think it would make it the most comfortable. Maybe there would be 2 types. Nah, maybe I wouldn't do the touch-sensitive one. But it would be cool if it had, like, resistance as well. Right?
Yeah.
And then gas and brake would be the same spot. Shifting would be in the same spot. It would just literally replace the D-pad. And then you would just move the buttons. You can move the buttons off the D-pad to somewhere else on the controller, like maybe in the back side of it or something. Although I do like I do like the idea that what Xbox does with the triggers on the back side of the controller. Have you ever seen those? The new Xbox controllers where they have the 2 triggers on the back. It might be 4 triggers on the back actually. But I'm talking about like a controller that you wouldn't need, like it would work like a PlayStation controller. So you wouldn't have to put in like a specialized controller scheme in a game. Like ACC, for example. You could just use what it would recognize as a PlayStation controller. Maybe I'm just talking crazy. You're welcome. Maybe I'm just talking crazy. That's just me. I would buy something like that in a second. I guess I'm just talking to no one about the. I guess I'm the only person in the world that would actually like to have something like that. I think it would be cool. I think also if it had force feedback, that would be pretty sweet. Maybe even like, yeah, it would do. It would only be like the top half of the controller too, because you want to go left and right, right? I think honestly that would also fix my whole idea that I death grip the controller. I probably wouldn't death grip the controller as much when using the sticks. Wow, this place is emptying out pretty quick. I don't think there are a lot of people doing this race. Scott, I don't think anyone's done the Veyron around here. Oh, no, that's not true. We've had one Veyron around here. We had one Veyron for one race. And I don't know if it was you, but we've had a Veyron around here. There's been one. I remember the day I saw it, I was like, oh, look, someone's driving a Veyron. And I switched off of them immediately. I think they ended up in last place. But once again, that's one of those things where it depends on the driver. It's not so much the car. Mark, if you're still there, you need to help me engineer this new PlayStation controller that I want to try to sell to PlayStation. To sell to Sony. I don't know what type of engineering you do, but if you can operate a CAD machine, I would sure like the help. I've got this thing figured out. It would basically be, you know, a PlayStation controller. Maybe even make the grips a little larger. Maybe even make it a tiny bit larger. You would steer, and it would be like a jog wheel. Where maybe you could make it adjustable, whether or not you do left, right, or up and down. Huh. I mean, you could set it to do your own driving style. Make it really high quality. Maybe give yourself some like metal triggers up top. No, you know, I thought about the RC controller, but I don't think, because of how an RC controller works with the brakes and the gas, it wouldn't be very good. Because with an RC controller, the wheel, yes, maybe. But I'm talking about, like, if you're looking at the PlayStation controller, where the D-pad is, you would just shave off the D-pad like it would be just a circle, but that would be your steering surface, right? You could probably move the 4 buttons for the D-pad to the backside of the controller or something, or add it to, you know, another part of the controller. But the actual wheel part would be kind of force feedback. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, I mean, I thought about that too. I think it might be, I think it would be a little bit hard to get used to that, where you would have two, I mean, you could do that too. You could honestly do that too. I just want to make sure that it's, I want it to be able to be used as a PlayStation controller, if you see what I'm saying. Right? Instead of, you know, how you know, the steering wheels are identified as, you know, different controllers. I would want this thing to be able to interface with the PlayStation, and it would just take the place of the active PlayStation controller. So you could use it for every game, you know? I guess that wouldn't really matter with the form factor. But then I also don't want it to be too far from what the basic play, because I know personally me have gotten so used to braking with my left and my right finger triggers that I think it would be weird to do it all on one hand, if you see what I'm getting at. I mean, I guess it would take some getting used to it. That's the thing, is I'm trying to cut it down so that the getting used to it part is much shorter, like the learning curve is much smaller with this, rather than it being completely alien to what the actual PlayStation controller is. Right, I want to make it kind of still like the PlayStation controller, make the build quality better, but have it accessible enough that people can go straight from the PlayStation controller to this controller and not have to, you know, deal with a learning curve. I think with the remote control scheme, it would work for someone like me who's done an RC controller. I've said plenty of experience with an RC controller, but I can't say that everyone else would have the same experience. You know, like I said, with this, this thing, you would just get rid of the left analog stick, move the left analog control surface to where the D-pad is, and maybe put the buttons for where the D-pad are where the left analog stick is. Or maybe even where the right analog stick is. I don't know. You know, I don't know where you would move those buttons. We would figure out a place to move the buttons, the four buttons for the D-pad. You know, and that way you could still operate in, you know, your regular games without having to kind of figure out too much what you have to do. I also think that you know, keeping the triggers where they are. And I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't, you wouldn't have to, like, it's muscle memory, right? The whole muscle memory thing, where you have, I'm already trained to know that my brake is left trigger and my right foot trigger is my gas trigger. And I also have the feel down for it, where I can judge when I'm at half gas, half throttle, or half brake, or full brake. I think it might be a little much to move that all to one hand. If you see what I'm getting at. Like, your muscle memory wouldn't have to change too much in order to use the controller. Maybe change the size of the controller. Maybe make it a little bit larger. That way you can accommodate the force feedback in the D-pad wheel. Dude, this is actually really, I think this might actually be a really cool idea. It would be perfect for people that don't have the space and don't have the money to buy a steering wheel. Like me, who, you know, I have both constraints. I don't have the money for it. And I also, if I did have the money for it, I don't have the space for a full sim rig. I think this would be a perfect middle ground. I don't know if that's an idea that you could pitch to Sony without them stealing it. And not giving me any credit for it. Just use the force. I try that, Scott. I can't. It's so hard to use it. I don't know how you drive with a stick, dude. I really do not know how you drive with a stick. Did I ever say what time qualifying was at? When did we end the last race? Apparently I said qualifying was in 9 minutes. I'll just say 7 minutes. I don't think anyone's paying attention. Well, I don't have to do LSD every time I have to play the game. Oh, that's funny. I think you can market this thing, dude. I think you could actually make a lot of money off of this. I think there is enough of a market for people that take their sim racing seriously that don't have the resources for a steering wheel. You price it at like $40 to $60, make it a really, really nice, solid build, and I think it would be a great replacement for anyone that is looking for a means between having the controller and the steering wheel. Yeah, I'll be the REIT. Well, it would be for both, you know, for both consoles, PlayStation and for Xbox. It would be a total different controller, you know, and then I would make it familiar enough for each one of the, I don't know why anyone hasn't done this yet. Why hasn't anyone done this yet? I think it's ingenious. I think it's an ingenious, and maybe I shouldn't even be talking about it on the stream, but I think it would be ingenious. I think there are enough people out there that I could probably market this to, and if it was, the build quality would definitely have to be up to par. Like, there could be, I'd want it to be one of the nicest things out there that you could put in your hands. I think this is worth go looking into. I think we could probably make something like this work. It wouldn't be anything like cheap like the Game Genie. It would be definitely like a Fanatec type of device where, you know, it would have really, really nice CNC machine triggers, a really nice like steering surface that was accurate, and the, you know, the force feedback motor was cool, and especially with the haptics that they're doing for the triggers in the PS5 controllers, that would be tits. If I could get it to do, I know they've been having problems with the first gen, but maybe we improve what those how those triggers work. I think there's a spring inside of it that they're saying that pops off, but they're already starting to kind of reinvent that whole mechanism that gives you the haptic feeling in the buttons. You know, and then for people that don't want to dedicate a whole, you know, part of the room to a simulator rig, I think it would be perfect. I'm not trying to steer anyone away from the steering wheel, but for those of us that don't have the means for one, I think it would make an amazing, you know, it would be amazing for resource for people. You know, basically kind of improving on a design that's already been proven. We just make it very specifically marketed to people who are trying to you know, play sim games without having to worry about getting the whole sim rig. You know, I think there are enough of those people out there that we could probably sell it pretty successfully. What gets me, like I said, is that there's for the PlayStation 4, there's really nothing on the market is in the terms of like steering wheel what's it called, alternatives. For the PlayStation 3, there were like 3 or 4 of them, and I have no idea why they never made any for the PlayStation 4. It makes no sense. I think even Xbox might have something that's like that. The closest thing that I've seen to it is that there's There's a 3D printed one that you can get. If you have a 3D printer, you can download the blueprints, and I think you can buy like cheap versions of it off of Amazon. But there's like a 3D printed steering wheel that it's cheap, but it really doesn't do the job. Not with how I drive, because you have to actually use both the thumbs in order to use it. Yeah. Well, King Dix, I think a couple people have said something about it. So I didn't see it. I trust that it happened though, because I think King Dix has been kind of. It seems like the really, really, really super fast dudes seem to think that they can run people off the road. Like all the A+ dudes that come in here with like an attitude. Andre Saba's like that. Not to call anyone out, but Andre Saba will put you in the wall if he thinks you're going too slow. Someone's got to do the same exact thing to him. And then he'll understand what you're talking about. Hamish McSnorter. That's the worst Scottish accent I could possibly do. I'm gonna have to look into this whole thing. We're gonna watch you, Scott. Uh-oh, Scott's got the Bugatti out here. Now I'm gonna definitely watch you, because I don't think we've seen anyone do with the Bugatti around here. I'm gonna do this thing, man. I'm gonna figure out how to get this thing manufactured and designed and manufactured. I think we can. I think this would make actually a lot of money. I'm probably making a huge mistake about talking about it on stream, but because someone's gonna steal the idea, and then next thing you know, oh, I made this controller that's a PlayStation controller, but will be recognized as a steering wheel too. I think that's the big trick, though, is that it has to be identical. Like, it cannot be any... Yeah, let me see. The 7 gears is throwing you off, Scott. Yeah, that's not going to be a clean pass. No, I see where he dive bombed you. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. That's kind of dumb. You should know better than that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's not going to get you anywhere in the actual race. Scott keeps on rubbing in the fact that he passed on the grass. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing this race, dude. That's exactly why I'm not doing this race. It's also been nice to have a GT Sport. I was saying something about this during Dragon Tail, that it kind of needed a break. Oh, it's not a say. Okay, I was trying to figure out what was going on because I saw you drive right through Josh Bonelli. Dude, it was the clean. Dude, we watched it on replay. It was so cool. It was like there was pavement there. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. Except for the Kevin Nestor pass in the grass. Because apparently Kevin Nestor also did the same thing where he did a clean pass in the grass here. It was amazing. We saw it. We watched it. It happened so fast, too. Talk about good reflexes. Scott's got good reflexes. But then it was also very British because only British people would do something that crazy. It's on the YouTube. It's on the YouTube in both in motion and in non. I'm gonna have to feature it actually at some point in time. I really got to start saving like good replays and just doing highlight reels for you guys from good passes and stuff. But honestly, we spend so much time chatting while we're spectating that I miss out on all the good stuff. Maybe I should just shut up during the race. I'm gonna make this thing, guys. I'm gonna find out how to do this, and I'm gonna make this dang thing. I have to start with
this car shit's so slow.
What are you talking about, though? Aston Martin?
Aventador SV. No, this thing shifts super slow. I mean, God.
Well, is it anything like the Huracans in Assetto Corsa, which shift very fast?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Like the car rocks back and then back forward again. Like. Especially in the lower gears. Jesus.
I don't think he's going to be able to help you with anything. I need to get numbers. I have to get statistic numbers and try to get a loan to develop this thing. You gotta find out how many sim races are out there and how many of them are stuck on the PlayStation or Xbox that don't have steering wheels.
This car sucks. Shifts like garbage. My dad's GMC Sierra shifts faster.
Do you have it in auto?
No.
Then how is it shifting slow? Does it just not engage quick or what?
Like I'm physically pressing X and like, no, it's like a real slow shift.
Oh.
Like.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's even possible.
Like there's just such a delay from the power. It's insane. Like a lot of the other cars in the game, you can upshift, and you know it's just nice, quick, and easy. In the Aventador, it's just
maybe that's why no one drives it. Shift lag.
terrible.
Shift lag is what Mark is saying.
Shift lag, yeah. This to me.
Shift lag.
Like some of the cars, like the engine, like the exhaust note, just stays like consistent when you're shifting. And this car is just like loud, 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 quiet for a solid second, loud, 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 loud.
Once again, again.
What? What? That's terrible.
That is that synthesized noise.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I would
think the real
imagine.
Aventadors are somewhat like this because they use the I forget the name of it. I'll think of it later.
I would imagine the lower power cars, like the N600 cars, are super shift laggy. That's what Mark was saying. I've driven the Porsche, what's it called before, and it was super slow. I drove my Bug around to the old 69 Bug that they have in here. And, ooh, yeah. Talk about a brutally slow car.
Yeah, I just put the I changed out the gear or the transmission. I know you can, most cars you can change the trans. Like, yeah, the stock semi-automatic transmission that comes with this car sucks.
Oh, really?
Like, it is so bad. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine the VW fan. Why is the VW van in here? Because I don't get why it's in this game. That's what I'm worried about with the GT7 or the stupid races. Like, hey, you're gonna drive a Fiat around this, around the NORDSCHLEIFE. Like, really? Who's gonna want to do that? I hate those races. It's like, really? I still haven't. I'm gonna laugh the day I see a Ford Raptor race on here.
You haven't seen one yet?
No,
Missing out.
I don't want to see one. Like a Ford Raptor nations race.
Well, think about the Ford Raptor. It doesn't lose speed in the grass. It's just one of them things.
Well, because it's a truck.
When you have a track like this, where it's like left corner, right corner, left corner, right corner, you can just go straight through the grass.
Yeah, because it's a truck.
So it's like, why not?
It's supposed to drive on the grass. And much worse.
They did a decent job with the Aventador sound in this game. It sounds fairly realistic.
Well, it's going to be one of the few cars that sound right in this game.
Yeah.
I like how they swear up and down. I think they say they sampled the engine noises for this game, but they are not sampled. They're definitely synthesized.
Some cars sound like they're sampled, like some are real nice. Like the 919 Hybrid sounds really good. Like it sounds identical to that one video they published in the Nurburgring. Or the 77B sounds alright. Like you can tell it's not sampled, but it still sounds good.
Yeah. But all the GT3 and 4 cars sound like they're definitely been.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Someone was at a synthesizer like, okay, well this kind of sounds like it.
Or like the Camaro Z01 in this game does not sound like a Camaro Z01 in real life. At least no Camaro I've heard.
That's a hard thing to try to synthesize, are those sounds. But once again, I'm not sure if they sampled it or they synthesized it.
You know what? I'm gonna take my '66 Bug out for a drive on the Nurburgring. I've got
see you in
Derby livery on it.
I'm gonna see you in graduation next year. When you graduate next year, have fun.
I've tipped this car before.
What, the VW Bug?
Yeah. I
Why
just tipped it over.
Why does that not surprise me?
You're not supposed to be able to do that in this game.
I flipped my car in ACC the other night.
Yeah, I did a backflip once.
I went over one of the sausages in the chicken at Monza too fast. And
really?
Yeah, I went pile driving straight into it, and I flipped my car upside down.
Nice. Oh, it's about that time. I should have been asleep about now.
Go to sleep.
I never would fall asleep until like 1 o'clock. So.
10:30.
Oh.
I'm not going to be responsible for your truancy, my friend.
No, I moved time zones.
I am not going
I'm
to be.
still in Florida, but I changed the time zone.
I am not going to be as responsible for
Oh,
your
I keep
truancy.
forgetting. Oh, I keep forgetting this isn't a Roku. I have to use my PlayStation to watch TV. So I gotta turn it back on.
I don't know what the Roku does. Is that just like a Fire Stick?
Yeah, it's like a built-in sort of Fire Stick, like less functionality.
I know I've heard of the Roku, but I just don't know what the Roku does.
Roku's just like I guess like a software for the TV. It's like a homepage with like your own TV inputs and like streaming channels and stuff like that.
It's
like Hulu and Netflix.
So it's like a Netflix and a DVR, right? Like you can record stuff with your Roku. Yeah.
If you use your what's it called? Like you can use cable in the Rokus, but I don't know about recording things. But like you can put like apps on it. Like I've got like Spotify and.
I thought it was like a DVR.
No, I mean maybe it used to be. I don't know. I've only been using it for years.
Interesting. What do you watch TV shows on it though?
Yeah. I downloaded Pluto TV on it.
They stink.
Just like the greatest thing I've ever downloaded because there's like 2 channels that I made.
What channel?
Hell's Kitchen and Wild Now. They have like show specific channels too. Like there's literally a Hell's Kitchen channel. Wild Now channel. Ridiculousness channel. Naked and Afraid channel.
That's funny.
It is.
Yeah, pretty much everything I watch nowadays is on YouTube. It's either on the YouTube or I watch it on Netflix.
Before I attend myself to bed. Before I do that. Let's do this.
704 from GRTR Debts. Uh-oh. 622 under the gantry here. What are we going to do, Scott? What's going to happen?
Man, I came in here to drink some eggnog. Nope. Eggnog just expired. I can smell it a little bit.
Just drink your mom's spiked eggnog.
No. Terrible idea.
It'll put you right to sleep.
I'm sure it will.
Don't touch your mom's spiked eggnog or else I'm going to tell on you. Did you just go to the bathroom with us?
No, I just sprayed my sink because I poured the eggnog out.
I thought I heard her flush and then just like, don't you dare take my audience to the bathroom.
That's like the spray nozzle on the sink. I'm in the kitchen right now. The kitchen.
Yeah, I need to eat some dinner soon here. I need to find people to help me make my damn video game controller. I think this is gonna make millions of dollars. That's just me. Maybe I can even like work it into the YouTube channel. Like,
shit!
Kaboom Operator, the developer of the controller steering wheel.
Kaboom developer.
The Kaboom developer. I think it'd be really cool. And I definitely would make it look like tits, like awesome. That's the big deal, is it has to look like a premium piece of equipment. And it has to operate like a premium piece of equipment.
Yeah.
You yeah me now, but when I start making millions of dollars, I'm like, man, this is the greatest idea ever.
Well, didn't you say it already happened?
Well, no, not technically. I mean, not for the PlayStation 4. Definitely for the PlayStation 3. HKS, like I said, had something like it, but it wasn't premium looking. Like it looked pretty dang cheap.
The benefit of playing on your bed is that you can turn your PlayStation off and just go to sleep. Wonderful.
Mark says he has an improvement idea, but he's not going to launch it on stream. Well, we'll talk about it privately. Is it PlayStation related? I probably shouldn't have talked about my idea on stream. I'm so excited about it that I can't contain myself.
2 days later, Sony's gonna like publish something like, "Hey, we're making a new controller."
Don't jinx me.
It's gonna look like this.
Don't jinx me.
Or you're gonna find out that just already been developing one.
Oh, is it about? Okay, it's a controller. Don't jinx me, Kleb. I think my idea is gonna be good.
Okay, I'll give you some good luck instead. I'm going to make my first online purchase.
What are you buying?
So that'll probably, hopefully, maybe give you good luck. Things.
Well, you buy your things. If you're gonna buy things from Amazon, buy it through my link.
If I find something on Amazon, I will most certainly use your link.
Yeah, just
Are the
use
links
link.
posted in Discord?
No.
That would be pretty cool.
It would, but then I have to like put it. Well, I guess I could do that in there too. I don't know.
Like it would just make
Can you link
sense.
out of Discord? Like if you click on it, if I could put a hot link in, a hyperlink in Discord, will people be able to click on it and then jump out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Discord, you know, like if you've ever like tapped on an ad on Instagram, Instagram has like its own little like browser sort of thing. Discord does the same thing.
Ah, okay. Yeah, if you click on any of the links, I told you guys this. If you want to buy something from Amazon, just click on one of the links and just go steer to whatever you want to buy. Just as long as you don't steer away from Amazon during that session, then I'll get a little cheddar from that. I get a little bit of cheddar from that. Not much, but still enough. That way you can inadvertently pay me to play video games. Any of those links will work. Defund the media decal.
Do y'all have ViStar up in California?
What is it?
Do y'all have like the ViStar Bank credit union up in California?
No.
Shame.
No. Why is that huge?
Do you use like Do you use a credit union or do you just use a normal bank?
I use a normal bank. I could have joined the credit union.
Fees. Ugh.
Yeah, I know. I could have used the credit union that's associated with my trade, but they only have like a couple of branches, and that doesn't work for me.
The only thing they charge me for is if I do more than like 10 transfers a month from my like savings to checkings. Wondrous. Or I can only deposit like 6 checks a month or something like that. It's like some weird random thing, but it never happens, so it's awesome.
Yeah, I had to deal with the bank. I was at the time that I established the account, I was doing a lot of international and national work. So so having to kind of bounce between, figuring out where I was gonna, especially when I was working overseas and I had to like cash checks and stuff. Actually, some places would just pay you off in cash, but I would still have to figure out a way to get the money over here. A lot of times when you work overseas in the film industry, they'll just pay you in cash. I think my controller idea is ingenious. It might actually have to be powered now that I think about it. You might have to plug it in, especially if it has force feedback. You might have to plug it in. For power's sake. Now that I think about it, you might have to plug something like that in. I'm sure that wouldn't be too much of an issue though. I would just have to ask whatever game company that if it became popular enough, ask game companies to start adding a patch for that particular controller. That's why it's gonna be solid and endorsed by someone cool. I'm gonna have to find a cool driver that's like, yo, this thing is dope. Alright, drinking time. I need a drink. I need to go 10-1, and I will be back in a second.
Awesome. Perfect excuse for me to dip like a potato chip. I'm out of here.
You're what? Are you gonna eat a potato chip? What?
No, I'm going to dip like a potato chip and leave.
Good night, my friends. Have a good day at school tomorrow.
I will try. Good night, stream, and the 5 people that are watching.
Hey, don't make fun of my 5 people. Those are my peeps.
Good night, yahaha. Next time I see you, I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm for a good old time's sake. Something. I don't know.
Alright, good night, Klebs. Seriously, have a good day at school tomorrow. I'll be back in a second, guys. Ooh. I just thought of something. Because I talked about this on stream, and there's a time date and a timestamp on the stream. I technically, if anyone develops this thing after I had said the idea, then I technically have evidence that I came up with the idea before they did. They would have to provide some sort of proof before this video that they had the idea, so no one can steal the idea from me. Ingenious. I could always submit this stream and me talking about LSD and everything else as evidence that I came up with the idea with a steering wheel controller before anyone else did. I know, it means nothing, but I still have the evidence that I came up with it beforehand. I know for scripts, as long as you have something that's dated and dated and sealed, then that's evidence that you came up with the script idea before anyone else did. Like what they tell you to do for scripts is if you come up with a script, mail it to yourself, and as long as it's dated and sealed by some sort of other governing body, then that's proof enough in court that you developed it before someone else did. And that works for like intellectual properties. So I don't know. I want to know if that works for hardware properties. Let me look at patent laws. I have to look at patent laws for that. But I'm pretty sure that as long as I can provide evidence that I mentioned it and thought of it beforehand, it might be admissible in court as evidence that I came up with it before anyone else did. I could probably market this thing to a huge segment of people too. Make it universal enough so that it would work with all systems, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. So you'd only have to buy one. Like there would be one that would work for all of them. One to rule them all. Let me look at patent laws. I'm pretty sure that has how patent law works, at least in the United States it does. U.S. patent laws. It's too much for me to read. Too much for me to read right now. 713, Scott, come on. I know it's the first time you've done it in the Bentley, so I'm not going to give you too much of a hard time. Or Bugatti. I keep on saying Bentley. The other B, Bugatti. I know, I saw that. Ooh, why is there a little... Did someone send me something? Is that you sending me something, Mark? It's just a blank. It's just blank. That's what I'm saying. Get rid of the D-pad. You get rid of the D-pad, but you have to move the buttons somewhere. You know, you'd have to move the 4 buttons for the D-pad somewhere else. That's what I'm saying though. Is you put the wheel where the D-pad is, and then you move the 4 other buttons off the D-pad somewhere. Put them somewhere else on the controller, so you could still use the D-pad. Okay, I won't put it on stream. The picture was blank, so I won't put it on stream. I'll look at it later. I wasn't gonna wait for the picture to load up. Will you help me develop this, Mark? Because I think this is actually a really, really amazing idea. You probably would do it when you're lobby, Scott, if you did it in the, what's it called, in the Bugatti. Next race. Yeah, luckily the picture. Yeah, send me the picture later. Hamish McSnorter, how are you not my friend already? Hamish, sorry, Hamish. Hamish, are we not friends? Have we not been friends before? Who else sent me one? Oh, we're not going to accept that one. Paul, look, Paul's here. Paul, where you been? Good night. Hamish, how have we not been friends before? I don't understand. Yeah, I'll look at the picture later. I'm not looking at this next post that you just sent me. I think this is an ingenious idea. I think this is absolutely ingenious, especially as big as like sim racing is getting. I think this is absolutely ingenious. Like I said, it's not going to be a replacement for the wheel, but it'll definitely be something that people can use. That will be kind of in the middle ground, right? Are you driving the Cayman now? I'm gonna tell Paul that he's that you're claiming the fastest British person now. I'm gonna look at it. Do you have seriously? Do you have CAD experience? Because we're gonna have to draw up some sort of like mock-up or something. We have to find someone to also try to market to sell the idea off to the manufacturing. Have a good night, Mark. Let's look. Where are you? Oh, hey, come on, man. Come on now. I'm glad you're racing it with it, Scott, though, because someone needs to race that car. Ooh, look at... Ooh, I like that new livery. Oh, you do 3D modeling? Sweet. We're going to have to talk, Mark. We'll have to talk. That's so funny, Scott. Hey, I like that livery. I like this new livery though. Look at Paul's new livery. I like it. I love it. That's a nice livery. You don't like Paul's new livery? I love it. I think it's great. Oh, my Porsche livery looks so good. You don't like my Porsche livery? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. It's really funny. I can't wait to see my car go faster on this track. Did I never changed that number on the back, huh? I guess kept it 32. I'm gonna have to change that so that because that's my number. That's my number. That's my number. I need to change that livery so that it's a different number than me, so that other people can use it. I forgot that I had updated this whole thing. I thought that was just on my my personal account. I guess I updated this livery. I totally forgot that I did that. Oh no! Paul's gonna make a Tampax. There is not a Tampax decal in the what's the user. You have a black belt in cheekiness. Oh, that's funny. I don't know if we're gonna have enough people to run this. Well, I guess you guys can run it. Badges. Oh my gosh, both of you guys. Both of you Brits cracked me up. Oh, you British. That's why I love the British. You guys are the same level of hilarity that I'm at, or comedy that I'm at. You do have a black belt in cheekiness, my friend. Ooh, this would be super dope. Maybe even move. No, maybe not move the throttle and brake from where they are. They're in a good spot. You know what would be nice though is to move the L and R buttons to somewhere that you could use them. Because you really can't use them unless you double fist them. Nah, maybe just keep them where they are. Maybe just keep those where they are. I mean, you really can't go wrong with game controllers that the manufacturers make because they're pretty well set up. Like the Xbox controller is really nice. I like the Xbox controller, where they have the triggers. Their analog triggers on the back of the controller. That might actually be a little bit more ergonomic than where PlayStation where Sony puts theirs. Maybe that's the only update that I would make is maybe move the analog triggers to the back of the controller. You know what other segment this would also help is people that have maybe some sort of disability and want to do racing games. You know, especially if someone has like problems with their feet or legs or something, or maybe they're amputees or something, having a controller that would double as a decent steering wheel would be something that would be good for that, you know. I think that's another segment that it could definitely fill, are people that have disabilities that can't use, you know, anything but their hands. It's such a damn good idea. This is such a damn good idea. I am so happy I thought of this. Good night, Mark. Have a good night, my friend. We'll talk more about our idea here. I definitely need someone to help me with the CAD side of things and the 3D modeling side of things. Let's watch Paul go around the track. I wonder if Paul knows that ACC's half off. Scott, you said that ACC's half off in the European store, right? I wonder if Paul knows. I'm just trying to find more people to play ACC with. It does. It makes me like a half second quicker. You know why? Because it melts the pavement. Like there's something that Tamiya makes. It's a glue that melts plastic together. It's like a cement. And my whole thing was that the reason why I made it the green is it's the same green the bottle is, and my whole theme for the car was that it melts rubber like the actual glue melts plastic. It does make you a minute quicker though. Wow, this is gonna be a short. This is gonna be a small race. Oh. I'm trying to get more people to buy a set of Corsa. Hey, explain this to me, Scott. What the hell's a boiler? I was watching Outside Xbox, and they were playing, I guess they were playing FIFA, and they were making fun of one of the teams was sponsored by a boiler company. What is a boiler company? Do they sell like, is it like boilers like I think it is? Like a boiler that, what is a boiler? I can't remember what football team it was that they were playing, but their sponsor on the jersey was a boiler. I have no idea what that is, unless it's like a hot water boiler or something. Central heating. Okay. So it's what I thought it was. Okay. They were just talking about like, oh, they sponsor boilers. I was just like, what is that? I figured it was, yeah, okay. I get it. I get it now. I'm sure they're beyond boiling technology though in England. I'm sure it's far more advanced than just a boiler. Yeah, I can't remember what football club it was, but it was one of the bigger football clubs. I don't know if you've ever watched Outside Xbox, but it's one of my more favorite British gaming channels to watch. Mainly because I'm in love with the girl that they have there. Jane Douglas is very, very, very attractive. Mini caveman. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, Placa Plum, are you racing? I guess there are only 3 people racing in this one. That's fine. Oh, good. Placa Plum's in. That's so funny. I just think it's weird. I think it's weird that I know that we're starting to do it here in America for like the basketball teams, but I think it's weird how I guess for a while now, I guess you guys have had sponsors for the football clubs. At least longer than we've had it here in the United States. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. Yeah, that's one of those things where when I'm watching, because like I said, I've watched most of the video game people that I watch are all coming from Europe, like Eurogamer, Outside Xbox, Xbox Extra or whatever, or Outside Extra. There's a couple other ones that I watch that are all British. All of the GT Sport guys, they pretty much are all British that I watch. But every now and then they'll say something and I'm like, what is that? Yeah, Jane Douglas is super cute. And then Aoife Wilson on Eurogamer is super cute too. Same with, what's her name? Zoe is pretty cute too. But if I had my choice between the two, I would go for Aoife Wilson. But that's more general gaming. That doesn't have anything to do with racing. There's also something entertaining about watching British people play stuff like Grand Theft Auto. And they have to get immersed in American culture, into American culture. Ooh, I like how shiny Paul's new car is. Let's take a ride with Paul. He's going slow. He's probably just warming up his tires. That's funny. I can't wait to visit the UK. I've been wanting to visit the UK for a really long time. for a very, very long time. I want to go to Manchester and see where all my favorite bands came from. I know it's a crappy factory town, but I really want to visit it. What else do I want to do when I'm in... I want to go to Donington Park. I also want to go to Silverstone. I would like to visit the Top Gear facility. Where the reasonably priced car track is. I know that's not in a very amazing part of not a particularly amazing part of England, but I want to see it anyhow. I want to go to Scotland. I want to go to Europe. I want to go to Ireland. I want to go to all of the places that no one ever wants to go to when they go to England. Like, I'm trying to avoid London at all costs. Even though everyone that I know of that's English lives in London. So I'm going to have to at least stay in London for at least one night or something, 1 or 2 nights. But if I go to London, I want to stay in South London because I love the accent for the South London. Oh, you live 20 minutes from Manchester? Dude, every band that I listen to is from Manchester. Is it nice? Probably not. I heard it's like a big factory town. Every time I tell an English friend that I want to visit Manchester, they're like, why? I just think it would be cool. I think it would be cool to go to Manchester. I would love to go to Manchester to see where like the Stone Roses came from and all of the bands that I love, like Joy Division, and see basically where ska grew up. I think ska is something that happened in Manchester. Oh, come on. Now I want to actually be there. I don't want to take a tour on Google Street. That's not going to be the same thing. You know, I guess I'll go see Scottish castles and stuff. But I want to stay out of the tourist traps, basically. You know, like London. I don't want to go anywhere near London. I have interest in Stonehenge, but not that much. Like, I want to stay away from all of the tourist traps. Oh, it's not a factory town? It was a factory town at some point, wasn't it? I think the one movie, there's a movie called Control that's about Joy Division and how Joy Division got big, and I think they shot it in Manchester. It looks like such a god-awful, depressing place. I really want to go there. Oh, look at my livery. Oh, it's so funny to see your name over my livery. Oh, it's hilarious. I'm trying to think of other places in England I want to go to. Basically racetracks. Brands Hatch. I'm going to go to Brands Hatch. I think what would be really cool is to try to catch 2 or 3 different races while I was in England. And then maybe a football game just because I want to hang out with the football hooligans for a little bit. Drink beer, throw beer at people. Sing in the stands. Drink in a pub. I'm gonna watch you as you put your lap down in my livery. So let's look at my car going really fast around the track. This is so odd. I feel like I'm in Inception or something. My car is on the track, but I'm not racing right now. It's very odd. Damn, that's a good looking car though. Can you tell I'm patting myself on my back? What's funny is I actually sent that design to the company. They have like a Facebook page, and I sent pictures of this design to the company, and they were like, "We love it." So if I see Tamiya racing, changing their racing design to this, I'm gonna sue them. Like, that's my idea. It was my paint scheme. Because they actually do sponsor a car in 24-hour Le Mans. They were sponsoring one of the prototype cars. Ooh, caught a little air there. Yeah, it is a good. It's a good looking car. Not to pat my own back. That's what Hamish is doing. Hamish is driving another different car. What is this? It's the Renault. The Omegan. Very strange shaped car. Let's see how Paul's doing back here. Uh-oh. Oh. Paul might catch you here, Scott. See what time Paul puts down. Well, you guys will come into line, so we'll see. You guys racing. I'm gonna look at Manchester. I guess you can forget Man U. Wow. It's actually a really small city. It only has a population of 547,627 as of 2018. Interesting. Oh, and it's got canals. That's pretty cool. Now I have to go to Manchester. Manchester looks beautiful. Little downtown square. Ooh, I love the architecture. They've got a cool bridge. And I love the canal that's running in the middle of it. That's really cool. It looks like a canal or a river, whatever. Manchester looks beautiful. I know you probably won't say the same because you're from England, but as someone that's not from England, I think it's really, really beautiful. Ooh, and apparently I could book cheap flights by Aer Lingus, which I'm not sure if I want to fly on Aer Lingus. Uh-oh. 771. I bet you if you actually practiced with this car, Scott, you would be very fast in here, through here. Paul's gonna beat you though, I think. 708, 709, 710. Not pretty much the same time. Wow. Look at that. 1/100th of a second. Uh-oh, this is the battle of the Brits. It's gonna be the battle of the Brits on this one. Yeah, the Cayman isn't very fast in the acceleration department. It's actually a pretty slow car when it comes to accelerating. It can handle quarters a lot faster than most cars, though. And look at your tire wear. Your tire wear is like almost not as bad. Paul's is way better, actually. Paul's got a lot less tire wear than you do. But Paul has also been driving this car all season. So yeah, so that's you for tire wear, and that's Paul for tire wear. Yeah, the car is definitely not an accelerator. It's a pretty dang slow car in the acceleration department. Definitely does not accelerate very well. I should have never looked at Manchester in the thing. Now this it's really, really cool looking town. Oh, it looks like they're putting a well-being resort in the middle of Manchester somewhere. Are you a Man U fan? Do you like Manchester United? I know there's a very, very big divide between Manchester and Manchester and Arsenal. Yeah, I think once you've got, this is the first time I've ever seen you drive a Cayman. I think if you actually got used to the Cayman, you'd be pretty fast in it. I wish Black or Plum had gone out, because now you guys gotta sit for 2 minutes while the time burns off. I bet you tomorrow will be really busy in here. I'm sure we'll be much busier tomorrow. We only have 4. This is the first time I've ever done a race for 4 people. Yeah. But you know the vet, though. That's what I've been running, is BB2 works the best for this car around here. At least the portion of the track that I can actually finish, I have been doing in BB2. I generally always run this car with brakes to the rear. It has a real issue with understeer in corners, so the brake balance really makes it turn a lot better. Yeah. I think especially though the Cayman is particularly not well geared at all. Definitely for this track, it's not geared well for this track. For something like what's it called? It was definitely way better suited for Interlagos. Interlagos and Willow Spring, it was actually really well tuned for it. Tracks where you need to do lots of do really high speeds, it's not particularly good at. Oh, don't spin out. Now you just gave Paul the... Let's see if Paul can stay in front of Placa Paul Plum. Black and Plum is giving Paul a lot of heat on the rear bumper here. Everyone likes Paul's livery. Black and Plum's going to look on the inside. But they're not going to be able to get around Paul. Paul will let him in on the inside, and probably if you just follow him, I would imagine. Jump back to you, Scott, there. Yeah, you're definitely much faster in the vet. You are going like the clappers in the corners there. Plaque of Plum is going to do for time. Damn it. 7:34, first lap. .36. Wow, I was wrong. Sorry. Paul is doing 7:39 the first lap. 7:45 for Scott. And Hamish is at a 7:47. You know what I like about a set of courses tire model is that you don't spin out as much because your tires don't feel like they're driving on grease all the time. That's how I feel with this game. Sometimes I feel like your car is just driving on grease half the time. Paul catch up to Plaque of Plum? We shall see. Plaque of Plum would have to put off a pretty disastrous mistake at this point, but right now they're driving a pretty flawless race. Ooh, I need a banana. I'll be back in a second. Plum's putting in some purple sections here. Where are my manners? I haven't said hi to anyone coming out of the room. What happened there? Everybody's stuck. Lame. Let's see. Some 13 down. All right. All right. There we go. The world's smallest race in the Nordschleife has just completed itself. Should I save that race? Here, I'll save the replay. You just want to be on every single thumbnail for this week. Good to see you again, Hamish. What part of the between 14 minutes and 14:30. Okay. I don't know if am I done for the night, guys? I don't think we're gonna do any more races, huh? I think I might be done. I'm gonna have to look between 14 minutes and 14:30. It's sort of me this time, not really. You're gonna know that you're gonna know the truth of who's actually driving. Okay. I think it was what I clicked on when I came back in. I saw you wrecking, so. Good night, Paul. Evening, sir. Good night, my friends. Yeah, I think that was the last one for the night. Yeah, I'm gonna save the replay. Let me tell me exactly where it is, though. Hold on, give me a second. Let's See you again, my friends. Good night, my friends. Hold on, stay on the stream real quick. All right, let me bounce out of this real quick. I saved the replay, so let's take a look at it. Tell me exactly where it is. Around 14 and 14:30? I think I clicked on to when it happened. I went out to get a granola bar or a banana, and I saw you spinning, so... You're like our stunt driver. You should have been a stunt driver in real life. Oh, look at my Tamiya Porsche. I'm glad you carried the torch for me this evening. Team Tamiya needed some time off. Let's see, 14. Come on, catch up with me, game here. 14:30. Between 14 and 14:30, right? That one? Hold on. Oh, was it that one? Let me pause. Let me find a good spot. Yeah, it's a nice drift. I have to figure out where exactly I want to take the pause because you ghost for a second there. Like right there. There we go. Something like that. There we go. We do like something like that. Let's go shoot. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like in this. Yeah, that's nice. Maybe if we zoomed it in just a little bit like that. Yeah, there we go. Let me do a better picture of this. Now, I gotta zoom this in just a little bit. It's just like right there. I would see we see your name off of the car. Well, I guess no one will ever see that, but that's nice. That's nice. That's a good drift. That's a real good drift. All right, we're saving that one. That's tomorrow's thumbnail. Okay. Thanks, Scott, for doing my job for me. Ooh, look at the graphics of the dirty wheels. I didn't even notice that it shows the dirt on the wheels. Anyhow, I think that's going to do us for the night, folks. You guys now see the thumbnail and the process I go through to make thumbnails every day. That's nice because Hamish is in the back too, so it gives some perspective there. Anyhow, I think we're going to call it a night, guys. Good night to you, Scott. And good night to anyone else that's watching the stream right now. I'm going to go eat some food because I'm starving right now. Thank you. I hope you have a good and safe evening, anyone that's watching, aside from Scott. There are other people watching right now, but I guess you guys are just chilling out. That's fine. You guys were a fantastic part of my day. I hope it was a good part of your day. Stay healthy. Stay happy. Be awesome to each other. And with that being said, I'm going to say good night. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. I will be back tomorrow. Have a good evening. Bye.